Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. It's Thursday, which means day 4 of week 12 here in Series 2 and the beginning of Groups C and B. Group C is the focus and attention for the morning session, and I'm happy to say we're going to be doing it in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson. But before we look ahead to Group C, let's talk about Group A and a fantastic group victory for Lee Budgeon.
Yeah, he did win the group on 20 points in the end, but looking at the statistics and the nature of the performances over the course of the 3 days, he had a good 89 average for his performances on Monday, but it did drop to Tuesday and then it dropped again yesterday. But you just get the feeling that he did all of the damage on Tuesday when he won 5 from 5. So everybody had some ups when it came to Group A, but now everybody focuses on the next challenge.
Indeed. So let's see how Lee Budgeon did it then by looking back at Wednesday's highlights. Danny Smith, do you think for him the clean slate of today, 0 points, is going to help him?
I think it helps a lot of people when they finish bottom of Group A, but I think he's got to take a lot of encouragement from the fact that people have responded very well in the past.
As for Reece Colley, I get the sense there's a game there, but he's trying to piece everything together on a consistent basis.
He's got to start better. He hasn't had good starts in the last 3 days. And as for Richard North, he's had a lot of big highlights, like that 167 against Danny Smith. But you just sense that consistency is what he's looking for.
John Henderson's going to have a rest today, playing tonight. Do you think that's going to help him because he's played a lot of darts?
Massively. I think he'll probably sleep until midday today. He might even be watching us this morning, but he definitely will be buoyed by the fact that he played better yesterday.
Thoughts on Niall Cullerton?
Very up when he's up, very down when he's down, but the one thing that gets him through is his spirit.
And it was Lee Budgeon who was the group victor. And as I say, there was a point on Tuesday where if Reece Colley beat Budgeon, every player would have been on 8 points. Budgeon won that game, never looked back.
Yeah, he didn't. When he got the lead, he never relinquished it. It's a bit like Arsenal in the Premier League right now. Sorry, Spurs fans. But let's face it, a lot of the damage was done on Tuesday. When you win 5 games from 5 on moving day, you've made your move. And then after that, it was a case of how strong was he in the early portion of Wednesday, and he was strong enough.
Well, let's see the finals table and the final standings from Group A. As you can see, Lee Budgeon, the man at the top of the pile on 20 points. And a nice little, as you mentioned on commentary yesterday, a little sequential mix.
I love a pattern. So does Matthew Edgar, and so does everybody, really. But you don't see that very often where you've got 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 and 20. But I think it does actually tell us that the group was quite tight. And the difference maker was Budgeon. I think he started to lose a little bit of adrenaline towards the end of Wednesday. He could have easily won that group by 4 or possibly 6 points. But ultimately, I think everybody has got something to cheer about. Even Danny Smith, who started Group A well, if he starts Group C well, he's got to find some sort of consistency throughout the course of the 10 games in the group.
Well, you don't wear a shirt like the one Paul Nicholson's wearing unless you like a pattern.
What's wrong with the shirt?
Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. You should see some of the stuff I've got in my wardrobe. Well, let's see how the Group 10 are divvied up into B and C. Group C is the focus today. And as you see, Danny Smith, Reece Colley and Richard North are the 3 players that dropped down from Group A into this group. They're going to be joined by Jared Cole, Josh McCarthy and Mark Graham. And we had a little talk this morning, didn't we? And you just get the sense that this group is there for anyone to take, really.
It is, but I think there are probably more question marks against the people who have played this week as opposed to the people coming in. I think we know what we're going to get from Jared. He's got so much experience playing with us in all different arenas, whether it's from home, whether it's in Southampton or here. He knows how to get it done, so I expect him to be in the top 2 over the next couple of days. I don't know a great deal about Josh McCarthy's form. I like watching him play. I've seen him play before. And as for Mark Graham, we've got smatterings of what he's done recently and maybe in the last 12 months. The last time he was here was pretty good. So I think the people who are coming through from Group A have got to be watching out.
Well, maybe what you said have been reflected in the odds before we get underway. This was the sports book when the day opened, the trading opened this morning. They got Jared Cole there at 6-4 favourite. Richard North, second favourite at 3-1. But I want to just draw your attention to Mark Graham at 8-1. If he plays like he can, that 8-1 could look a little bit silly tomorrow. Yeah,
I look at that and I find that quite wrong. And that's full respect to Mark Graham. He's had some good stats lately, playing in some decent competitions. I know that Richard North is on a somewhat upward trend throughout the course of the week because he's had some good stuff. So I think maybe 3-1 is at this point, maybe the tiniest bit generous, but I do get the feeling that 8-1 for Mark Graham is a stunning price right now.
Jared Cole, group favourite, rightly so for you?
Absolutely. I think he's got the composure, he's got the va-va-voom, as you could say, he's got a bit of energy, he's going to be fresh this morning, and he knows how to start a campaign, he knows how to finish it. He has won a Group A before, and he's won a week before. He's our first weekly winner to grace week 12, and he has done that more than once.
Well, he is going to be playing in our first game. He takes on the main. He's actually the second favourite with the bookmakers to go on and win Group C in Richard North. It's a heavyweight clash to start. And early on this morning, I caught up with the King of the Castle. Jared, welcome back to the Super Series. Second go for you in this particular series. Looking forward to it?
Yes, always looking forward to coming down here. Always have a good time, and hopefully my darts will talk for me. Yeah, we'll just put a few things right from last time, and hopefully it will come through on the dartboard.
Seen you at Q School, seen you at Challenge Tour over the last couple of weeks. Where's the game at the minute?
Yeah, in general, it's in a good place. After Q School, a little bit disappointed with myself. Changed, as I say, I changed a few bits, but overall, I think it's a lot better for it. So hopefully it will come through on the dartboard today.
We've seen with the likes of yourself, John Henson, another player as well, who played a lot of darts over the last couple of weeks or so. How much is it now about managing yourself, managing your body, just managing everything in general with this stint?
Yeah, it's very hard to keep management of yourself because there's so many events, so many things you can do. So you're sort of chasing yourself. Like, you need to time yourself, like sort of make sure that you manage your time well, and just in general make sure you're in the best position you can be within yourself and the darts. So
Look forward to watching you play, Jared. Good luck.
thank you very much.
Game 1 of 25, which will be broadcasting live with you on Sporty Stuff TV today, sees Jared Cole take on Richard North. It's a blockbuster day of arrows, and we need a blockbuster team in the commentary box to describe all the thrills, all the spills, all the tension to come. Here's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson. Morning, chaps.
Thank you once again, Henry. I've jetted down the stairs to join Matthew Edgar. Good morning, Matt. And it's going to be an interesting Group C with Richard North impressing us at times over the last 3 days, but I think Henry is very, very right in what he says at the top of the show.
Game on.
This one is all about Jared Cole, and maybe if he plays to his consistent level, that a spot in Saturday is inevitable.
I mean, honestly speaking, I think this whole group is about Jared Cole and what Jared Cole does. When you look through the data and the stats and the history, it's normally a good guide to the future. And Jared Cole rightly installed as favourite to win this group on the basis of that consistency. Keep mentioning it, but it's so important to be competitive in all your matches. No point in averaging a 95 and then an 80 and going, oh, he's averaging 87 for the week, because it's not an 87 for the week. You're going to win one, you're going to lose one, and you're only going to be competitive in one of your matches. Jared Cole is Mr. Consistency when it comes to sort of that baseline of performance, which is that mid-80 average, which is what is needed to win groups here.
These are two players that will know a fair bit about each other. They've had the same management before. They've played in the same tournaments previously. And they do have a similar level of Super Series experience.
45.
But as far as success in the Super Series is concerned, you'd have to say Cole is, well, the king of the castle. Maybe this week, because we only have 2 weekly winners here in week 12. He's one of them, and he's the most successful.
But what a great way to start our Monday off, though, with the 2 favourites to go through this group. It's also quite encouraging to the other players as well that one of the favourites are going to drop points in the opening game.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. He had a pretty decent day, did Richard North yesterday. Did some good stuff. And he starts pretty well on a double that he will leave a lot. Opening break of throw, little sip of the water, all part of the process.
Second against Richard to throw first.
I've already noticed that he's put on the Super League shirt again. Whether he's superstitious or not, he does these little things which, to me, prove that he is. Like wearing this shirt again.
60.
I think he's just had a great week in terms of what we expected as people that look through the stats and through the data.
140.
It didn't look like he'd be coming here and performing the way he has done this week. And whether he expected this or not, we don't know. We spoke to him on the opening day when he got here. We did an interview with Henry Deacon. He did say he's quite happy with himself, and coming here quite happy with his game. And normally when you come here with that, that's just a
57.
different way of saying I feel confident.
I actually don't remember a time where he has not projected confidence. As to whether he actually has been is a very different matter. But whether he's not confident or he is confident, he always seems to project it, which, if you were to take somebody who is technically
85.
brilliant and they were to walk around with the confidence of Richard North, you've got a world champion there, and you have to commend people like that, because I could never do that.
120.
So far, so good. For Richard, he seems to be a little bit sharper than Jared.
59.
On the flip side of what you just said, Matt,
96.
if you are going to take on the second favourite, is it good to get it out of the way?
You do in this sort of group, especially when
80.
you are a player like Jared Cole, you'd want to stamp your authority on the group. You want to get the big ones out the way first. This will be a big one to get out the way. The 160 finish,
140.
won't go on this occasion, and offers Richard North the chance to confirm
Richard
that breaker throw.
16.
Whether he knows it or not, he does have a process when it comes to shots like this.
Game shot.
And more often than not, he does hit them.
Richard North.
Sip of the water, little adjustment of the dart shirt, little shuffle, and then walks to the board and hits it first dart. I count that at least 5 times he's done that this week. 2-0 to North. And you might think this is an upset, but
140.
you can't negate the fact that this is a great performance in the first couple of legs. He hasn't missed a double, and he's averaging 97.
I mean, for me, I've
45.
wrote down yesterday the people that are going to get through this group, and these are the 2 that I think are going to get through Group C. And on the early indications, they're setting down a marker that the rest of the group are going to have to hit quite a standard if they are going to topple that prediction.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why Mark Graham was labelled at 8-1, because they're convinced that these 2 are going to make it through. First maximum of the day for Richard comes in leg 3. And as far as maximums for the week,
41.
He's now got 16. Yeah, averaging 5 per day, which is 1 per match over the first 3 days, is not
58.
too bad. But it was the Group A winner, Lee Budgeon, who got the most 180s over the course of the first 3 days. As for North,
57.
an average over the course of the week of 86.69, which isn't too bad at all. That's very competitive. And he does share the highest finish with his Group C compatriot, Danny Smith.
96. Jared require 144. 100.
Good last start
Richard,
to get himself in 2 dart range. Like I said, North has not missed a double. Does he get a shot at the bull here? He does.
97.
It's narrowly missed.
Jared, you
Give it
require
every
44.
chance.
First starts at the double for Jared Cole. Is he going to go down the Richard North road of
28.
no missing? He's not. Richard
Richard,
North,
you
an
require
opportunity to get a
25.
double breaker throw. He said, sort of the first mini upset of the day, the 4-7 favourite to win this match. Jared Cole
17.
breathes again.
Jared, you require 16.
What an opportunity that was for that double break. They don't come much better than that. But this is awkward. And you can
8.
see how awkward it was via that camera angle. There's the sip of the water.
Richard, you require 8.
There's the adjustment of the shirt. There's the little shuffle. Here comes the hit.
Game shown the
There you go.
third leg. Richard
If it works,
North.
keep doing it, Richard. I know you watch these back. So now that I've made you aware of it, just keep doing it.
Fourth leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Double break comes, and this is not the best start for the King of the Castle, but there are 10 games in Group C. More truncated than Group A, of course, which is
81.
15 games per player. So any loss is magnified, as is every win. We talked a little bit on Monday morning, Matt,
95.
about projected points totals to see who would win that group. We said 2022. It proved to be the case.
140.
What's your projected total for the winner of this group?
Every time I do a Group C, I always use the rule of 3 lives. You've got 3 opportunities where you can lose, which means 7 wins are needed. So 14 points.
99.
If you go out on 14 points, you're unlucky. Most of the time, 14 points is enough. Sometimes you can go out on leg difference, but in general, you got 3 lives, 3 opportunities in which you can lose a game. So if Jared Cole is to lose this, you've got 2 more games that you can lose. And that's the way to look at this group. Don't worry about the table if you're playing this group. Don't try and break it down and look what other people are doing. Purely, got 3 lives. If I lose more than 3 matches, forget it. You're not going to go through majority of times after losing 4.
Let's not forget as well that Lee Budgeon, who won Group A, lost his first 2 games in that group.
27.
Down for the 57. And does not get a shot at the ball. So North will have a poke at a 4-0 victory.
87. Richard, you require
All credit to Jared in
120.
leaving tops. Just in case, though. This is gettable. If he's going to miss the 60, he'd rather it is above. Not there.
I'm going to say he's been polishing these off most of the week, hasn't he? These sort of low-ton finishes have been a bit of a feature of the game.
Game shot on the 4th.
Jared Cole will be glad to get that leg on the board because he won't want the feature of his game today to be missing doubles. And he's 6th attempt at the double. He's got his first one in. And it always settles you in when you get that first one on the board.
You remember what happened yesterday morning in the very first game of the day. Danny Smith was 3-0 up and playing beautifully. He lost 4-3 to Niall Cullerton. Richard will be hoping that doesn't befall him.
37.
I don't know what he's been doing overnight, but I hope he's not been crawling through any bushes because he's got a pretty predominant scratch on his chin. Have you seen it? Looks like he's been having a fist fight with Freddy Krueger.
I've just now got this image of Richard North crawling through bushes on his time off.
140.
Yeah, he's been doing episodes of Who Dares Wins in between Super Series action.
Maybe he's a fan of Bear Grylls and he's found himself a nice little forest somewhere.
85.
The rewards are there at the end of the week. £5,000 will be awarded to the Week 12 winner and a spot in Champions Week next week, which starts Monday morning at 9:30.
99. Jared, you require 40.
£20,000 for the winner next week. But Jared's got to get there first.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And he's trying still to rob Richard North of these 2 valuable points at the start of Thursday's play.
Richard North was here yesterday. He would be aware of the situation of that turnaround, and we nearly saw it at the back end of the day as well, didn't we? Another turnaround victory, but it was resisted at the point of 3-3.
97.
Richard North, if he is to lose this leg, you feel the panic button might be pressed because Jared Cole would then be thrown first for the match.
59.
Since the last time I saw Jared play, he has changed his darts. He used to use a pencil-style dart that was uniform from top to bottom. Now he's got something that is a bit more front-heavy. And it's got a ridge that runs from the line of the stem and it goes outwards towards the middle portion of the grip
57.
technology. It's a different shape, but the good thing for the King of the Castle is that the darts are going in the same angle, so he hasn't got to change that. Whereas Richard is using,
99.
as we identified yesterday, a Suzanne Smith dart. And he has been someone to tinker with his equipment quite a lot over the last 4 or 5 years.
45. Richard, you require 170.
This would be some way to win a match. Always a great feeling to win a match with a 170. Richard North nearly joined the club.
130.
He did get the bullseye.
Did you get anything for joining that club?
I started the club.
140.
Jared needed the maximum to get to a finish.
Richard, you require 40.
And Richard is on the cusp of his first 2 points in Group C. And 2 points he gets. Bossed the game in the first 3 legs. A mini comeback from JC. But ultimately, he left himself way too much to do. But you can see that he's taken that defeat on the chin. He has gone back to the practice room in a flash. And he will be back in a few games' time. He will be back, in fact, in Game 5 against Danny Smith. And before that, we're going to see Josh McCarthy for the first time this week up against Reece Colley. What are we going to see from Reece today after that 91.24 average for North and 50% on the doubles? Good start for North. McCarthy against Colley is coming up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And as the famous man once said, never back the early kickoff, as Richard North, the second favourite to beat the group favourite Jared Cole by 4 legs to 2 in our opener. Game number 2 sees Reece Colley. We've seen him here Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in Group A. He kicks off his Group C campaign against Josh McCarthy. It's a first visit to Portsmouth for him, and I caught up with him earlier on to see how he feels. Josh, welcome to the Super Series. We've seen you in Southampton, but it's your first time here. So, first of all, what's your first impressions?
It's a lot bigger, that's for sure. Very impressed. It's an honour to be called up, you know, and let's hope I can perform to a level that I can do.
You're looking forward to the opportunity over the next couple of days?
Oh, most definitely. Every time I've had an invite down here previously, I haven't done it for a while now, but to play the standard of players, to play in this environment, you can't put a price on that.
We've seen you obviously before, but not for a while. Where is the game at the minute?
It's quite hard to gauge my form at the minute. I haven't really done a great deal. Work's been very on top of me at the minute. But I've done a little bit over the last couple of weeks, and they seem to be going okay. So let's hope they can take it up on there.
So as for this week, is it maybe just seeing where the game's at, one game at a time, and then seeing if you can make that push through to finals night?
That's the plan. I mean, I know I've got the game. I know everyone says that, but you know, I've played all these guys before, so let's see how it happens.
We look forward to watching you play. Josh, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Nice to hear from Josh McCarthy, actually. We did see quite a bit of him in our Southampton studio when it was previously called the Live League, but he is a very, very good player. But we're about to find out where his game is right now, and that's the most important thing. At the age of 25, from the very pretty county of Wiltshire, he's up against someone his junior, who is from a neighbouring part of England. Colley has the sharpness and maybe the upper hand form-wise over the last 12 months. But I think he'll know plenty about Josh McCarthy. I think the interesting thing for me, and it may be the same for you, Matt, how does Reece Colley start today?
Okay, first leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
That's the big question for me, because he hasn't started well, and some of the days on his opening games, his darts have been completely wayward, missing the target by quite some distance, and doesn't strike me as someone who's going to enjoy the mornings. And I'm going to contradict myself straight away with there's a wayward dart on the first one by quite some distance.
70.
I've seen Reece Colley in Group C's before, and he has played well in these, so I just think at the moment he's a bit void of confidence.
100.
Even at this early stage, getting your first ton can just settle you down a little bit, as Josh has just delivered.
59.
He mentioned in his interview with Henry that work's been taking over. That's just life sometimes when you're an amateur dart player. Just a reminder that all of the players that you see in the MODUS Super Series do not have PDC Tour Quad privileges. And we do endeavour to find you the best talent throughout the UK and beyond.
99.
And it will be the cream of the crop next week in week 13 as we crown our second Super Series champion. Conan Whitehead taking the £20,000 cheque in Super Series 1. What a night that was.
47.
Someone's about to experience something very similar in the next 9 days. It could even be Reece Colley. If he can find his way to Saturday night, maybe playing in the evening will suit him better, but he cannot take his foot off the pedal over the next couple of mornings.
That's the thing, isn't it? It might not have gone well so far. But they're the key words, aren't they? So far. There's more opportunity. There's a Group C opportunity. There are 2 more places available that will come through this group.
57.
2 players from the 6 you're about to see will find themselves in Saturday night's final alongside Lee Budgeon.
Great first start from Josh. I can see what he was trying to do there, trying to snag it in that 60 via the first flight. Just missed it. And Colley's going for the second biggest out.
99. Joshua require 40.
For the first leg on throw. Double top. Couldn't ask for a better guide. And uses it expertly.
Josh McCarthy.
20 darts to take that first leg. And like you said about Jared Cole in the first game, it doesn't matter how much experience you have or what level you're at. Getting your first double, it really does settle you down and into this challenge for the day now.
60.
Yeah, especially when it's your first time in this venue as well. You mentioned about the size of the venue being so different, and it is. It's completely different. I've played in the old one in Southampton, and it was just a small room, and the door closed, and it was just you two in. But I actually liked that. I really liked that, and it took me back to when you used to get into the octagon. And I remember one of the most moments is the moment they shut the door and they lock it, because you know that you're not coming out till you got a winner, and that used to just be one of the moments I used to love to watch. And the same thing with that, when they shut that door, you know that that's it. It's time for the battle, and one of you is going to come out the winner.
140.
I can't say from personal experience what it's like to be locked in an octagon match, because I've never been locked in one. And I didn't play in Southampton either, so I don't know what that's like, but I did get locked in a dormitory when I was 9 years old once. That was pretty daunting.
96. Richard 121.
Yeah, there's no better feeling in sport than that moment of that closing. It's such a
43
spine-tingling, strange moment that you can only really find by experiencing it. It's something everyone should experience. It's a weird moment.
There are going to be lots of people on social media getting in touch with you now saying, why didn't you mention Hell in a Cell? Or a steel cage match, something like that. We don't have steel cage matches in darts yet. We might have a 78 checkout though.
58.
As you can see from that angle, he cascaded into his own flight and stopped the path of it going to tops.
$100.
Double 10 for Colley to improve on the first leg that we saw, which I said was in 20 darts.
Game
He
shot the
has had
second leg.
a fair bit of joy on double
Reece
five,
Colley.
but when people are getting joy on double five, it's because they're missing tops and tens. So it comes with a caveat.
Fella gets Josh
But
to
if we
throw
are going to have
first.
a
Game on.
subject today, maybe we can put this out to our viewers on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. Good morning to everybody here in the UK.
100.
What kind of match would you like to see? I mentioned a steel cage darts match. I don't think that's possible, but
96.
how would you change things? What would you do to spice things up?
Yeah, good topic. Very interesting. I'll be interested to see some of the responses that come through. I'm sure some of them will be
45.
very outrageous, but outrageous in a way that will probably make it quite appealing.
140.
I'd have a one-off night where it's winner stays on and whoever loses has to go in the gunge tank. I just think it'd be funny. Do it for sport relief.
Fully dressed.
60.
Oh, yeah. Full regalia. And if the referee makes a mistake, they go in the gunge tank as well.
95.
Yeah, I think I'll give that night a minute. I'll commentate that night, so I don't end up in the gunge tank, I think.
That's the good thing. Once a year we do
55.
a thing called Sport Relief
which
here in the
require
UK where we do
170.
sporting tasks for charity. I think we should get involved this year. Reece Colley's looking for the biggest of the lot.
98.
He's starting to warm into this game a little bit, isn't he? He's averaging a lot better than he was in his first 3 games this week. On Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday morning, he was as low as 68 in one of those
100,
matches because he
which
really
requires
didn't
72.
get out of bed and perform. But this is a lot better. You
37.
won't like that one.
Joshua require 141.
I won't like this one either. If this one goes from Josh McCarthy, and it's on. Oh, it's on. Double 12.
129.
Oh, and he breathes again. He breathes relief. And
Which
Reece is one of those
requires
players that
35.
watches. So he would have had the anxiety build up of that performance and that effort there from Josh McCarthy. An excellent effort from Josh McCarthy. But it
Game on
counts
the
for
third leg.
nothing.
Reece Colley.
Because what actually counts is the legs column in Reece Colley's favour with a breaker throw.
That was a masterful double 16
Ball
there
against
from
Reece
Chaos.
to throw first. Game on.
I think his first attempt at that double kinked a little bit to his right. Hence,
100.
he didn't go to the right to try and sneak it into the 32 bed. Going left to see more of the open portion for a pure shot. It proved to be the right decision, but the execution was so good.
85.
We saw on the graphic at the start of this that Josh McCarthy is a 2-time winner of the British Teenage Open. Now, that is a tournament over years that's been
54.
littered with people who have used it as a springboard to big careers. The one that comes to the top of my head is somebody who won it around sort of my era of playing in that event, which was Adrian Lewis. He won that event,
59.
then started playing with Phil Taylor, and we know the rest of that story.
We can rattle off a few more if you like. We'll do a bit of digging for you to
140.
see who's won that in the past, but I'd be amazed to hear if Stephen Bunting hadn't won that, because I think he won everything at teenage and youth level.
Yep, there's one thing he didn't win though, and that was the Yorkshire
134.
Classic. He lost to a debutant there actually, in that one. A young debutant who played his first ever darts tournament, beat Stephen Bunting in the
95.
semi-finals, jumped off the stage with like 2 laps of the room.
Oh, his initials ME.
They are actually, yes. Yeah, you got that one right.
97.
Another good scoring leg
which
here from
require
Reece Colley,
112.
the current British Open champion. He's donning his Aston Villa colours today, so maybe they will give us the peak of his powers.
72.
On the
Joshua
bright
Maguire,
side, that's a better effort at tops
126.
because the line was better. But this is another doable out for Josh. Double 6.
Yeah.
Another excellent effort. He's now missed 141 on double 12 and 126 on double 6.
Game
And he's lost
on the
both legs.
fourth leg. Reece
So
Colley.
there you go. Colley averaging 84.17 for 4 legs. It might not be
Fifth leg,
right
it's
at the
Josh
top
to
of his
throw
game,
first.
but
Game
I
on.
think this is a distinct improvement at the start of a campaign.
Yeah, and you'd say that the average was pulled down mostly in that opening leg. It's been much more improved since he's gone
125.
1-0 down, and he's roughly around, well, he's on that 6-visit area. 6 visits to the board, what Reece Colley needs to win.
44.
A leg at the moment, which means he could be ranging up to the 93 mark with a little bit more tidier darts, because that's the visits in which he's using.
60.
Well, people's range this week has been fascinating. And you did a little bit of digging about Jared Cole a little bit earlier about the fact that he's not hitting massive averages or having
54.
bad ones. He's just in a really tight range. Whereas if you look at Danny Smith this week, who you'll see in the third game of the day, his range is 100 to around about 72. A 28 disparity from
100.
top to bottom, which is quite worrying, actually.
And that's the problem. If you look at the top average against the bottom average, one average is winning and competitive. One average you're
140.
never going to win with. So you're only ever able to win 50% of your games if you've got that range of ability. That is why Jared Cole is the favourite to win this group, because he doesn't have that range.
140.
I've been impressed with McCarthy in his first game here. Had he hit that 141 and the 126, I
39.
know they were big asks,
Joshua requires 76.
but he'd be 3-1 up, not 3-1 down. In every likelihood, he is going to be 2-3 down.
36.
That's okay, as long as Reece is not on a finish, just laying up for tops there is okay. He's got an excellent temperament as Josh.
94.
Mid-20s,
Joshua
focusing on his
require
work,
40.
and like he said in his interview with Henry, just very happy to get the call up. It's a day off work, but it doesn't mean he's not going to work hard.
20.
Chance for Colley to get this one done
Joshua
by
require
4 legs to 1.
130.
4 20s in bull, or 6 for that double 5, which has been so kind to him this week. But again, he drags the dart left. That has been his miss.
I just love watching Reece.
92.
He's watching
Joshua
everything.
require 20.
Even while he was having a drink, his eyes never took off the board. He wants to know every single scenario in every situation. Nothing will surprise him. You may be surprised if he gets another shot at this.
No
That is
score.
6 darts missed for
Joshua
Josh
require
McCarthy.
38.
Reece Colley got a chance to kick his campaign off with 2 points.
Only 1 hit from 10. And those misses have cost him massively. Will they cost him the match?
6.
Wow. I didn't think there was a
Joshua
gap there
required
between that
20.
dart and the double. But there was. And Reece found it. Double 5 this time for Josh.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And it reaps
Josh
a benefit
McCarthy.
for him to keep him in the match. As Reece Colley missed 2 darts for the contest.
Sixth leg, it's Reece to throw first.
That's a good dart.
Game on.
Most people don't like double 5, especially when you got the 2, because you worry about coming inside and essentially busting your score because you can't take 5 out in 1 dart. And when
60.
you've been missing darts at double, it becomes something you start to think about, something you become aware of. It was a big dart, that, from Josh McCarthy. But sometimes that can then translate into different parts of the
30.
leg, where you think, I've got to score heavier now to compensate for the fact that I need extra darts at the double. Because one thing we tend to do in the heat of battle is we tend to think, well, because something happened
99.
before, it's going to happen again. Because I missed darts at a double before, surely that means I'm going to miss more.
You make a good point, actually, Matt, because if anybody walks into a casino and they see a roulette table that has had 10 consecutive black numbers,
121.
there are lots of people going to that table thinking, well, surely the next one's going to be red. It's a process called variable change.
85.
It's got absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the previous 10 have been black. The next one has just got as much chance of being black as red or a 0?
Darren Brown
140.
flipped a coin 10 times. He said, I can flip it to be 10 consecutive heads, and he did that. And when it was, how did you do it? All he did was film himself for 7 hours
68.
flipping a coin, and he said at some point it was going to be 10 heads in a row, and he'll just show you that part of the clip.
I can go one further than that. Gary Anderson once showed me that he could make a coin spin and make it heads every time.
100.
Guaranteed. So if you're in Gary Anderson's company, don't put money on the fact that it's going to be
99.
tails.
Joshua Maguire 110.
Looks like he's wearing Gary Anderson-esque colours here today, Josh McCarthy, as he goes for tops.
70.
A little bit of Scottish blue and white.
Reece
Although
Colley
he is from
90.
Swindon, which is more of a red and white place. Oh, he's dragged it left again. Cost himself a shot at the bull for the match.
50.
But if you look at the
Joshua
colours there, he
Maguire,
wanted to have a
40.
shot at the red, but he ended up in the white. McCarthy wants to find himself in the red.
Game shot
Big dart,
flag.
big breaker throw.
Josh McCarthy.
If we look at the advantage of throw, now that is handed back to Josh McCarthy. And Reece Colley
Seventh
has
and final
missed
against
an
Josh to
opportunity
throw
to convert
first.
from a 3-1
Game
leading
on.
position.
Just how big a leg is this for McCarthy? Because we know that
140.
Reece can respond after a somewhat sketchy beginning. But McCarthy's not playing as much in the way of darts as Colley right now.
80.
He's got any chance of making the top 2. Do you get the feeling that he needs this confidence boost to get the points early?
I think if we look at the stats actually for this game and the ton pluses, he's had 13 scores of 100 or more and 3 140s. Reece Colley's only had 1 and 4 140s. So it seems crazy that we've been talking about Reece getting over the line and getting a comfortable win when it looks like he's been completely
44.
outscored.
Yeah, scores of 100 or more, and that includes 140s and 180s. Reece has had 6. Josh has had 16.
45.
Just shows that he's been more consistent on getting a treble on the throws, where Reece is having these trebleless visits.
59.
He's just followed there back to back. That's not going to be enough to break the throw, and you sense that McCarthy will get match darts from here.
It's a very rangy style, and we will dig into that style in future matches when he plays Richard North in match 4. He'll take on Mark Graham in match number 8. He will finish his campaign for the day against Jared Cole in match 14. I just wonder where he's going to be standing
44.
come
Joshua
that
Maguire
penultimate game of the
112.
session. But he's got at least 6 darts from 112. That was a good effort. Gave it a really good chance of finding the 60.
48.
It's a little sloppy, but he will return. You can see the frustration early yet again for Colley, who was not performing to his best at the start of a campaign.
140.
But he does get himself to a finish.
Joshua requires 64.
3 16s for double 8. Double top.
24.
Not missing it by much when he does miss it.
134.
And this would be miraculous. See a lot of players going for treble 18 these days, but I love that route for 134. 2 treble 17s and double 16. Concentrates
Joshua
on the
require
lower
40.
half of the board. But this is McCarthy's goal. And they are his points. He was 3-1 down,
McCarthy.
but he managed to win 3 straight legs to win it by 4 legs to 3 in a really good start for the 25-year-old from Swindon. And another slow start for Reece Colley, the British Open champion. You can see that the averages were very, very similar. And in fact, the checkered percentages were very similar. But look at the difference in the 180s and 140s. It's very strange to see that. But what you don't see are the 14-ton plus scores from Josh McCarthy. And those are why I feel he got the points in that game. We'll get our first look at Mark Graham from Wales up against Danny Smith of England in match 3 after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where Josh McCarthy has come from 3-1 down to get the better of Reece Colley by 4 legs to 3 in our second game of the morning session. Following this, I would have seen every player in action once, not just today, but this week, as Mark Graham joins the fold. He takes on Danny Smith, and early on this morning, I caught up with Mark. Mark, welcome back to the Super Series. Another opportunity for you under this roof. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, of course I am. It's a lovely venue. I played all right last time, and I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
It feels as every single time we see you here, you get better.
Yeah, of course. Coming here the first time gave me that bit of confidence, and I've played steadily ever since. Yeah, so I'm playing really well at the moment.
And away from the Super Series, you had a really good 2022, really good start to 2023 as well, including a really good result in Romania.
Yeah, I lost in the final of the Classic, and I played well on the Sunday, but missed doubles cost me. But yeah, I'm throwing really well at the moment, yes.
Yeah. As for the challenge this week, it's a tough group, but you must fancy your chances.
Of course I do. I only come here to win. I don't come here to become second. So, yeah, they've got to play against me this week. It's not the other way around. So, yeah.
We love that confidence, Mark. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
He's back once again. The man from Wales up against Danny Smith, the local, who finished at the bottom of the Group A table over the last 3 days. But a chance for him to wipe the slate clean and possibly start strong again like he did on Monday. But this is Mark Graham from Chester. What a beautiful town that is. As you can see, he's called The Butcher. Played at the 2022 WDF World Championship. And he's travelling a bit to try and get to the 2023 World Championship.
Okay,
I heard that
first
he was in
against Mark
Romania
to
over the
throw
weekend.
first. Game on.
But as for this weekend, he's hoping he's here.
Yeah, he's putting the miles in at the moment, isn't he? Trying to make sure that he returns back to Lakeside. I did speak to him last time he was down here and say, is that sort of the goal? Because I was looking forward to see if he was going to Q School, if he's looking down the Challenge Tour, but no, for him, it's all about Lakeside and getting that return there, which is why he took that
58.
flight out to Romania this past week. And you mentioned there with Henry Deacon that he's been playing some good darts, and when I'm looking through that and that classic that he got to the final of, he
95.
had the best leg of that tournament, which was an 11 dart leg. He hit that against Wayne Gleed. He also had one of the 12 dart legs, which quite a lot of people had 12 dart legs, but
140.
Mark Graham was on that list. He was also highest match average out of the top 5. He took 2 of the positions out of those top 5 positions. Gary Stone taking position 1 and 2. Mark Graham
45.
taking position 3 and number 4. So he is coming here in quite good form. The form of Danny Smith, we know we've seen it unfold, haven't we, the last couple of days?
57.
This early match, he's been amazing, Dan, and desperate, Dan.
On Monday, Danny Smith's average was 86.44. I've mentioned that
57.
range is very competitive, similar to what we've seen from Richard North all week. But over the last 2 days, his daily averages have been below
58.
81. So he's dropped off by over 5 points.
How much, though, do we put that extra 5 points down to that game 1, day 1, where he had the 100 average on the first match? Is that
58.
the point where we rose the average and then we get what I've been talking about, where we have those 1 or 2 games that inflate the running average that makes it look a little bit inaccurate?
95.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say.
46.
If I was to redo my stats and take that out, it might be a bit more accurate. Oh, for the 2 treble 20s. We have seen a 146 on double 13 this week
122.
from his
And he required
opponent.
93.
Well, that's a rather defensive play there from Danny. A lot of people these days prefer to go for the treble 19
61.
on the 93.
Mark required 24.
And Mark Graham does get a shot at double 12. Looks like a pretty generous guide, that one. And
18.
Danny comes back for the breaker
Danny
throw.
required 32.
Now, this is tricky.
Game
But
shot
what a
the
dart
first
that
leg.
is. That'll make him feel
Danny
really
Smith.
good. Even when he's done some positive stuff this week, he's looked a bit downtrodden. But he shouldn't be about taking that
Second
breaker
leg, it's
throw. That was
Danny
one of
to
the best
throw
darts we've
first.
seen this morning.
Game on.
Yeah, it strikes me as a person whose long-term goal over the short term, and it's not, okay, that's something positive, I can build on that. It's the whole
96.
story of the week where he did finish bottom of Group A, and it's like you can lag that over sometimes, can't you? You can carry it over into other games that you shouldn't really be carrying it into, and just take the positives of the things you are doing.
43.
All has to start from somewhere.
$140.
Danny finished with 10 points in Group A, which was 6th position. I've seen some fine players get a lot less than that in a Group A. Do you remember when Kieran Tian? He was in single figures. He went on to win the week. So you can see what we're trying to do for you here, Danny. We're
57.
trying to fluff up your confidence ever so slightly, but we've got our first 180 from Mark Graham in Group C in his previous visit. Just talking to himself just a little bit.
125.
Just muttering. Just trying to pep himself up. And I kind of like that because you can tell how much this means to him.
58.
We mentioned earlier, didn't
Mark
we, in the
record
week that a week doesn't
153.
define your season or your career. And the same with this format, a day doesn't define your week. Certainly a group doesn't define your week either, because there are more opportunities. The one he's playing
93.
in now is another
And he required
opportunity.
150.
Mark Graham is carving out his own opportunity to get that breaker throw back.
Interesting that Danny Smith decided not to go the Niall Cullerton route on the 150. Because
58.
On 2 occasions this
Mark
week, he's tried
requires
150
60.
with 3 bullseyes. Double top. Just having a bit of trouble on the outer ring so far.
Then he required
Is Mark.
92.
That's No hits from 5 attempts now. And where does Danny go on the 92 this time? He's going to go the 60 route.
Game
And he
showing
finds
the
himself a
second leg.
92 out, which is
Danny
the biggest
Smith.
checkout of the day so far. Interesting for me that on 93 he
30
went
it's
for the
Mark
bull.
to throw first.
92
Game on.
he went for the 60. So he's obviously got a game plan on certain numbers as to whether he wants to go treble or for the 25 shot to possibly leave a bull at the end of the combination.
100.
There's a few interesting things unfolding in this game. Obviously those routes, but also just cast your mind back to that interview when Mark Graham
82.
caught up with Henry Deacon before the start of play today, and he went in Romania. He says, "I played all right, but my doubles let me down." How much of that story that he's told himself that the doubles let him down in Romania is translating into
140.
this experience as well?
What you really need to do is forget what happened last week because it's a very different time.
81.
Congratulations obviously go to Gary Stone, who won last week, and to Laszlo Kadar, who won on home territory.
57.
I admire these players who go travelling on the WDF circuit and go to places like Romania, Hungary,
83.
Czech Republic, all over the place. There was a very big tournament in Ireland at the back end of last year. That was won by Klaassen.
Very
60.
expensive process for little reward, isn't it? There's not a lot of prize money on that tour. A lot of the time you've got to do really well just to cover the expenses.
99.
So let me ask you this
Mark
question, and I'd like your answer in the next
144.
leg. Why do people do it? Might be a 144 out. This would cure what ails him. How good were they? How good was
Game
that?
shot in the third leg.
First ton plus out
Mark
of the day,
Graham.
and what a belter it was. You can't throw 3 darts better than that.
Four
A
leg, it's Danny
central
to throw
double
first.
12
Game
after
on.
2 magnificent treble 20s. Tip my hat to thee. So why do people do it?
I think there's a couple of
40.
reasons. One is the history and the long-standing legacy of Lakeside that people want to get there to play in that event. I think as well, the opportunity to play darts on TV until events such as the Super Series came
78.
around was either the PDC or Lakeside. So if you couldn't get on the PDC, the Lakeside was obviously the opportunity that you had to go and play darts on TV. And I do
60.
think it's going to start changing. I think unless there's some radical changes within that system, I think we're going to start seeing other systems supported more, such as the ADC, especially for those UK-based players, because it's
44.
less travelling, less expense, bigger prize pools, bigger opportunities, especially now with a link that has come through onto the Super Series as well. I think the system's got a
100.
very good loyal fan base, which are going to need some answers soon, or I think we're going to start seeing a change in the tide.
And one thing that does have a great deal of loyalty coming up this weekend
100.
is the Dutch Open. Something like 5,000 players making their way to the Netherlands, known as the biggest tournament in the world.
140.
But I think these players would rather be here. And it's fascinating to me that Mark Graham has chosen to be here as opposed to the Dutch Open because he feels that this has
101.
that much
And he
importance to him right now.
161.
And I love that about him. I'm
55.
sure that Mark sees this as a vaulting platform for his career. Because if you win week 12 and week 13, you're talking about the best part of £30,000.
40. Danny require 106.
Not a bad couple of weeks' work, is it?
Mark took out 144 in the previous leg.
54.
If he wants to get the same
Mark
treble
require
twice again,
138.
he's going to have to go down to the 19s. Not this time. Which means that Smith could potentially be 3-1 up.
98. Danny require
Big last
52.
start there for Mark Graham, just to make Danny Smith think a little bit. he's decided to go on the tops.
Game's on the fourth
He
leg.
hits the tops. I was
Danny Smith.
quite surprised with that play. We've seen Danny Smith try and leave the double 16 there at most costs and sets the tops up on that occasion, but gets the required score.
Do you see that as a change of tactic at the start of a new group? Maybe his usual plan is not working. So what he's decided to do is press refresh and start going for different doubles in spots like that.
I think it's down to the fear of busting and hitting the treble 20.
43.
Going over to the 12s, there is no opportunity to bust the score. Even if he gets it wrong and hits him into the treble or the double, he can't bust the score. He has a little bit of a pull. Pulls it into that treble 20. Mark Graham comes back for a level game.
We're about to find out just how positive Danny is feeling today, because in this spot,
45.
you've got to feel positive that you're 3-1 up. But negative players will be thinking, I hope I don't lose from here.
Well, the real negative players will be thinking, I've only got one leg where I've actually got the darts.
23.
Because Mark Graham will be thrown first in this leg and the last leg if we go that far.
60.
I'm seeing one player on stage who is exuding a bit more confidence and positivity, and one who looks like he's sitting in a big soup of doubt.
45.
And ironically, the player that probably looks the better is the player that's actually losing.
Correct. But that's just what we can see. That's what we feel is happening.
140.
We may be wrong, because you can't see confidence, but you can feel it.
And the position that Danny's in, he doesn't need much, especially from here. He's just 6 good darts away. You can just find it for a few darts. You can be back in the practice room, and then you can start to think about the day that's ahead and the group that's ahead.
96.
Yeah, you can win this game, then you can go back to the practice room, and for the next few seconds, you can listen to how Richard feels about his next game. If you're not aware and you haven't been tuning in earlier in the week, Richard North is a somewhat garrulous individual. Not meant to be on that occasion. And Mark Graham can find tops, or the equivalent of. Finds the tops, he doesn't need the equivalent of. And now Smith gets that one chance that you mentioned, Matt, to serve it out.
It's a strange position when you're 3-1 up in a game to 4, and you've only got the one leg with the throw, and he might have been eyeing this one up in that last one. He might have just been thinking the old James Wade tactic: don't waste a good leg and do it when it matters.
James Wade is actually from this county as well, one of Hampshire's finest.
44.
I've seen a fair few of Hampshire's finest over the last 11 and a bit weeks. The likes of Aaron Monk, who has now gone on to the PDC Pro Tour via Q School. Colin Monk, his dad, did pretty well. He made the finals in the week that Matt Clark won.
Yeah, I was really impressed with him. I do hope he goes to that Seniors World Championship qualifier, which I believe is actually this weekend. He could be a very dangerous runner in that.
What a bumper weekend of darts it is. Darts on everywhere. Masters and Milton Keynes in the PDC. Dutch Open, Super Series, World Seniors qualifiers. If you're a dart player right now, it's never been as buoyant as it is right now. And that makes me happy.
125.
Yeah, the growth of the game is expanding on a yearly basis. More opportunities for players, bigger prize pools.
Not to mention, I'm sure there are ADC competitions
30.
all over the country.
When we talk about opportunities growing, Mark Graham's opportunity to win this match has just took a significant growth. That's 44-30.
99.
Danny Smith has opened the door that Mark Graham has been more than happy to run through.
Just how confident is he feeling
60.
to get a win, considering he only
110.
got 2 points yesterday, and that was against a very, very tired John Henderson in Game 5.
Mark Graham did this in the last shot when he was on the
70,
108. He
and he recorded
put it to a section
167.
where he couldn't leave a finish or go for the finish, and then set it up lovely after that. And he's done the same again. He's left himself tops again, and Danny Smith really needs a treble.
41.
He is hunting,
Mark
he is
McCarthy,
searching around the
40.
board, and he is not able to find
Game
yet.
show on the sick flag.
We're
Mark
going all the
Graham.
way for the second game in succession. And there's a lot of confidence about that fist pump and that walk for Mark.
7th and final leg is Mark to throw
Trebleless
first.
with the last
Game
4
on.
visits in that leg. That is why Danny lost that leg.
Go back to the point where it was 3-1 to Danny Smith, and we said we just feel like one player's playing with confidence and one isn't.
137.
And the player that was 3-1 up at the time, Danny Smith, was a player we doubted the confidence of. And when that finishing line came in sight, 4 trebleless visits,
57.
make that 5.
Just the mannerisms of Mark are making for positivity. Even when he gets 2 single 5s there,
29.
he knows that he didn't throw them too poorly. But he's not panicking. At least he's not showing any signs of panic. But what we could have
60.
in this match is a repeat of match 2, where the person that was 3-1 down, the person who has not thrown a dart until this morning, takes advantage of someone who did not have it all their own way
99.
in Group A.
$85.
I think you and I both know, Matt, that 85 should have been more. You get a first start 60 and you walk away with 25 more. You're not pleased.
Also, the 5 leaves him the 299, which means a 140 now.
125.
Leaves him on a non-finish, which makes things awkward. He can put the switch in, didn't choose to, and then it just makes that last
85.
start feel
Mike
negative,
McCoy,
even if you get it.
111.
If you do watch this one back, Danny, please listen to what I'm about to tell you. Always go 19s first on 299.
71.
Stay up top for 214 now that Mark has missed a match dart. But the likelihood is you're staring defeat in the face. He looks exasperated. He was in such a
57.
good position at 3-1
Mark, you
up.
require 40.
But Mark Graham has improved on his doubles
Game
after a dodgy
shot
start
and the
where he
match.
missed his first
Mark
5 attempts.
Graham.
When he got that 144 out, I think his confidence grew. And eventually, his doubles percentage rose to 40 and an 86 average as well. That's going to be very, very competitive during this group if he can maintain that. But unfortunately for Danny, he reverts to type, which is what we saw from him yesterday and on Tuesday. Nothing wrong with the doubles, just the scoring needs improving. That's the end of round 1, and when we come back, we'll start round 2 with Richard North against Josh McCarthy.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is the day of the comeback so far, where Mark Graham came back from behind to get the better of Danny Smith. So every player is a game in so far, and we see 2 of the 3 first victors go toe-to-toe in a fourth game, or our fourth game of the morning session. This is Josh McCarthy up against Richard North, and it's going to be watched in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Good morning once again, Henry, and to everybody tuning in, wherever you are. We have had some tweets from all over the planet. We've had some suggestions as to what other types of matches we could have for one-off specials. We'll get into that in a second, but it looks to me like Josh McCarthy doesn't have a nickname. But what I can tell you is that he's 26. I've had a tweet from Rachel, who has said that he is a little bit older than we've stated. See, we're trying to make you feel young, Josh, but we're failing miserably. But he's feeling pretty good because he got 2 points in his first game, as did Richard.
Okay, first leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Interesting that when the graphic came up there, the stat that was chosen by Richard as his
140.
career highlight was the last 16 at the World Grand Prix, which we do know he beat Mark Webster, and we heard the story behind that one. But I find it interesting that he didn't choose the World Championships,
41.
which he made the second round of. He made the second round of the World Championships in 2019. I wonder what it was about that event for Richard North, because
105.
sometimes it's not the biggest event on the calendar that's the most exciting for the player. Like for me, I would give my whole career to play the World Match Play. I would give up all the events I've played in just for that one event, because to me that event is so special, and that comes down to the fact of we used to go there as a family, and it used to be like our season ticket. We'd go there for the whole week when I was growing up, and it'd just be special to play in that venue.
Tell you what, Matt, judging by the way that I played at the World Match Play, you can have one of mine. I've had some good suggestions for different darting tournaments. Things like
100. Richard, you're 156.
what John has mentioned from Melbourne over in Australia. Thanks for tuning in today, John. He says, for a darting diversion, how about a dartboard slowly moving side to side?
It reminds me of the old county days. Now, what we used to do
76.
as a silly little game was we always took £1 in a pot, and it was the first person or the last man standing on the treble 20. And you'd hit the treble 20. If you hit it, you stayed in. If you didn't, you was out. Last man standing took the pot. But
60.
the treble 20,
Richard, you
after it was
require
done, the
80.
winner would spin the board, and it'd end up anywhere.
You crazy cats.
Game show.
Well,
the
Richard
first
North.
leg. Richard North.
Doing things slightly differently here in leg one, because I would have hung my hat or given my £1 in the jar
Second leg,
for him to go
George
2
throw
double tops on
first. Game
the 80
on.
checkout, but that was somewhat conventional there from Rich, who yesterday was pitching for a new nickname himself on social media.
He was. He
41.
took to his Twitter account to get himself a nickname, and he tagged me in it as well. And I kind of haven't got one for him at the moment. I'm
60.
kind of stretching a little bit, so might need a little bit of a helping hand with this one, guys. So if you don't mind getting in touch today, my Twitter handle is @theedgar501. If you can think of yourself a nickname for Richard North, and I don't want to
98.
hear Northy or Richardo. We want a good one.
Now, if he went with a Brazilian football
140.
nickname, that would be funny. I don't know if you've ever noticed his tattoo on his left arm as well. It's very vibrant. It almost doesn't really befit
60.
him and his personality. But
Well,
it's very, very out there.
vibrant. That was one of the words we found yesterday when we looked up sports
41.
performance and the psychology with yellow. So maybe I need to get that list back up again. We'll see how many other words we can use for Richard North off of that.
If we keep saying that word yellow, I think our referee Owen Binks is going to start hearing it because he's a big Coldplay fan.
81.
Is there a nickname that you could have that's associated with yellow? But then again, that would be intruding on other people's territory, really, because Scott Williams and Dave Chisnell, they almost own the colour yellow in the sport of darts.
I think after those naughty shoes of Scott Williams, I don't think anyone should ever wear yellow ever again.
Apart from Dave.
43. Richard, you require 120.
Well, he got the little cousin of 120 in the previous leg. Not going to take this one, and McCarthy is struggling to keep up with North in the scoring stakes in this second game of the day for him.
$100.
That's his third ton-plus score of the game so far. Not scoring to the same level as he was in his first game of the day. North needs tops.
40.
North does not get tops.
Joshua requires 78.
So you would assume that McCarthy will get his first dart at double. He might not. That leaves 66. Don't get too greedy here. Good play.
53.
Excellent try.
Richard, you require 20.
This would be sort of the standard of Richard North today. This one goes. It'll be level off the average that was the same in the first one, the 91 average when he beat Jared Cole.
Pick your angle, Richard. Do you want to go through the posts? Or do you want to go from the left-hand side? This is hard. Oh,
no
how
score.
close was that?
Joshua required 25.
What a fantastic effort. He threw that from the old venue in Southampton and nearly managed to get the double.
Double 8 for Josh.
21.
Just starting to drag the darts away from
Richard,
the targets.
You require 20.
Giving North another chance at double 10 with 3 in hand.
10.
It's turning into one of those legs
Joshua
that we get now and
4.
again.
Well, Reece Colley would be very positive about coming up for this because he keeps hitting the double 2 this week. McCarthy not following in trend.
Game shot the
Gets
second
over
leg.
the line in
Josh
the end.
McCarthy.
It's a hold of throw, but it wasn't without drama. Richard North had plenty of opportunities there to get the break. Wasn't able to convert it.
Game on.
Will he get any more chances? He doesn't need to get the breaker throw, though. That is the most important factor.
Dart players
43.
are very different in a lot of mannerisms and the way that they think and the way they perform, of course. But in a leg like that, we're all the same. Because when you win a leg in 27 darts, you just look at your
26.
opponent. You have to just feel a little bit embarrassed.
We have spoke about nicknames quite a bit this week, and obviously
99.
Richard North looking for one of those. I had a little dig through some nicknames today, actually, and reminded me of some of the really naughty ones that are out there, and some of the different ones. I didn't think there was a player called Hot Dog before, but we've found out
60.
today. There's a couple of The Rocks. Some make sense, like the mullet for Danny Jansen.
No, I've got the T-shirt. Have you got a Danny Jansen T-shirt?
37.
You should get one. They're awesome.
Then we've obviously got our classics. Mark Frost. Frosty the Throwman.
Still unrivaled, I
140.
believe. As the best nickname ever to be thought of in sport.
So get your thinking hats on, guys. I mean, anyone who knows Richard North will know you've got plenty of
58.
material to go with in able to try and find this.
This is one of the strengths of the game. The branding, the nicknames, the shirts, the paraphernalia. See, we're trying to catch up with all of the real names of those
100.
rodeo riders in America
164.
who have some genuinely funny real names.
59.
135 is the ideal number here. And I'll be fascinated to see what Richard does on 105.
100. Richard, you require 105.
Not surprised to see him go for the 25 for 2 double tops, and he might get all 3. Wow,
Game
great
shot
stuff
the
from
third
Northie.
leg. Richard
That's a
North.
wonderful check out. Fantastically executed. And look how he just smacks it into that barrel and gives
Well,
it
it's
no
Josh to
chance
throw first.
of missing that
Game on.
40 bed.
You can get your pound back out the pot as well because he's gone back to the 2 double tops again, which is the approach he's kind of gone for. Typed into Google nickname of someone
96.
who talks a lot, and we've got a few here. Give us blabbermouth, busybody, chatterbox, and
100.
there's a question here that says, "What do you call a person who can't stop talking?" I might need you to read that one to get that one.
Oh, garrulous individual. Yeah, I've already called him garrulous this morning. And the reason I do that is because John Cusack in that movie Con Air
96.
talks about someone who's very talkative, and he uses the words garrulous, loquacious, how about chatty?
100.
I'm just picturing a shirt plastered with just words, random words all over it, just loads and loads of words, and then maybe a cartoon Richard North on the back with a microphone.
59.
How much are you going to charge him for this consultancy fee for the dart shirts and the nicknames? Because you're coming up with some decent ideas here.
91.
All we're doing is brainstorming for you, Richard. Invoices in the mail. Let's not forget about the fact that Josh himself, who has been
60.
focusing more on his job recently, he is Sans nickname as well.
$140.
Great stuff from Richard. Takes the lead by 120 points, which I would classify as a 2-dart lead.
How about a message from Lawrence Smith who says his nickname should be the
96.
Flame? I feel
Richard,
like
you
we're missing out
require
on a
70.
story here.
Sure, it's got nothing to do with the fact he's got ginger hair. Double 8.
54.
Now, what does McCarthy do here?
Josh require 94.
Does he go 54 or does he go bull? Aggressive or defensive? Defensive. But he's got the bull, which is almost as covered as much as that double 8 was, or sorry, double 10 was for Richard North earlier.
45.
I would have gone the other way. I'd have gone left there.
Richard, you
I'd
require
have tried to
16.
come over the top of the barrel, and when you go that side, there's always that danger of hitting the flight and just being more equipment in the way.
No score.
Richard North has bust his opportunity, and he did this
49.
last time, didn't he? Last time he got himself down into a position to break the thrower, Josh McCarthy, and he couldn't convert.
We've even given that shot a nickname over the last few weeks. Goldilocks. Wrong bed.
9.
Here's that process. Sip of water.
Richard, you require 16.
Adjusts the shirt. And
Game
hits.
shot on the full
There we
flag.
go. We've
Richard
established the
North.
pattern, and he's got himself a nice pattern, which gives him a 3-1 lead.
You know, tomorrow when Richard North's gone back and he's watched
Feels
this
like
back
it's
before
Richard to throw
every single
first.
shot,
Game on.
he's going to do that process. He's going to end up needing like a Rob Cross sizable water tank to get through a game.
There's a bit of merch you
100.
could have. A Rob Cross water hat. Just one of those helmets that has a tube going to a bottle of water that constantly refills itself. More suggestions for different
41.
darting style matches that we could do. A Royal Rumble style match, which is definitely the best idea. And a Ryder Cup
81.
match. It would have to be something called something other than the Ryder Cup, because that was named after a person called Ryder. But you could have a competition that is, I don't know, Europe against the rest of the world,
58.
or Great Britain and Ireland versus the rest of Europe, something like that, and then name it after a legendary dart player or a legendary personality within the game, like the Sid Waddell Trophy in the World
80.
Championship.
I think we're very close to having that in what we've got with the World Series, where it's sort of country versus the best sort of thing. I think that's very close to that format, or probably the closest we're going to get to that
140.
sort of format moving forward. Where the World Series goes to places like America, Asia, and takes on the best from that country.
140.
do think it's a little bit harsh on that country that they have to take on the very best of the PDC all the time.
Beggars can't be choosers, Matt.
98. Richard, you require 100.
This one's for the match. He has a high out of 105 in this game. And he might get double top twice. Twice!
60.
Not on this
Richard,
occasion.
require 164.
And this is a big ask for someone averaging just a smidgen under 70. Just got to try and figure out over the next
104.
couple of games about
Richard,
his
you
weight of
require
the dart.
40.
It's just been a bit, not so much erratic, but not accurate enough. And North, he was just too good in the end, averaging just a shade over 81. He showed real class at times, but that 105 checkout in the middle of that match was a definitive highlight. Overall, finishing-wise, he was 25%. But there you can see that 105, the highest checkout of the match. That was magnificent. And North goes to 4 points early in the piece here in Group C. Everybody's trying to catch him. Will Jared Cole or Danny Smith get off the mark in Game 5? You'll have to stay with us to find out.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Available 6 days a week, every week. The MODUS Super Series is available all year long here on Sporty Stuff TV, and you can be a part of it as well. Tickets available for free every Saturday night via dartshop.tv. We're into Game 5 of our day. It sees Jared Cole take on Danny Smith. Danny Smith, I've got to say, is playing the game well, trying to bribe us up here in the broadcast position with a load of brownies. So much so, it's actually inspired our broadcast team to actually go and cook some on Saturday. Down in the commentary box, they're going to be doing some cooking in the house. I'm glad to say it's not Matthew Edgar, because otherwise the house would probably get burnt down.
I'll have you know, actually, the other day I made some lovely pasta with a nice tomato soup sauce. I was cooking up a bit of pasta and Owen came in and he told me not to judge him on his cooking. I said, well, I can't really say too much because I'm about to chuck tomato soup all over this, which, Jared, I am sorry.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
Jared Cole is actually a trained chef. That is his profession away from the dartboard. So I do apologise if you watch this one back, Jared, and you hear about my horrific cooking skills. But luckily, I'll be handing it over on Saturday to Paul Nicholson, who's actually got a few skills in that department.
Yeah, I've talked a little bit about the old gastronomy with Jared over the course of time, and he starts like a 3 Michelin star dish. Yeah, we're going to do a bit of cooking on Saturday, make a bit of
81
peri-peri chicken with sweet potatoes and broccoli for lunch, and then I'll get into the baking mode and maybe make us some brownies to rival the ones that Danny Smith brought
140.
in. Got to keep yourself busy when you're not commentating on world-class darts, right?
45.
By the way, soup can be used as a really good shortcut for sauces, especially chicken soup. It's almost as if Jared wants to take a shortcut to a 1-0 lead, because 87 after 9 is a distinct improvement on the way he started in his first game.
60. Jared to require 87.
Yeah, and he played around his sort of average, 86 average. It's where I sort of expect Jared to be, and he was there. He just ran into a decent performance of Richard North.
55.
He's taking the easy road this time. He's just going, this time, I'm just going to play even better. I'm not going to give you those opportunities.
Do you get the sense that
57.
Danny's darts have got to climb
32.
a bit? His miss is low. This is tricky. He's going to have to go through the posts this time.
No score.
Nul point, as they say at the Eurovision Song Contest.
$105.
Have another opportunity, as they say here in the commentary box. Will you make the most of a second chance?
Game shot in the first.
That one goes through the posts.
Jared Cole.
And a 1-0 lead is taken in 18 darts. It could have been better, but he wasn't really stretched there by his opponent,
Second
who already
Jared to throw first. Game on.
looks a bit doubtful.
And for Danny Smith there, you just think you're about to get an opportunity. On the 6th dart there, Jared Cole finds a way through, and it wasn't an easy shot. There was a lot of flies in the way of that. He had to sort of power that one through.
76.
You can see the frustration coming out now. Nothing worse than your opponent doing it last dart in hand.
You can see, Matt, and I'm going to bring this up because I know you're an excellent coach.
180.
Let's not negate the fact that that's the first time that we've seen 2 180s from a player in a match so far today, and it's only leg 2.
49.
Definitely putting his foot down when it comes to the scoring element, but that camera angle there illustrates that right elbow is actually inside his wrist.
140.
Is there a danger throughout his career that he might get a sore shoulder from doing that?
Yes, depending on the foot placement as well. So,
100.
if the foot placement is on the same sort of
86.
angle as that shoulder, it can sort of negate some of that stress and some of that tension. However, where it will come
82.
through is in the wrist, because he's going to have to snap and hyperextend the wrist to get that into place. So it's not something that he'll get now. It'll be an overuse injury that will come rather than something that will just suddenly
Jared, you require 4.
develop.
Just needs to keep an eye on that over the course of time.
Game shot in the
But what he is keeping his eye on
Jared
is
Cole.
the possibility of erasing his early leg difference minus, which is currently sitting at -2.
So look, it's Danny to throw
Already
first.
he's making Danny
Game on.
feel like he's back in that big soup of doubt. Well, that's what he needs to do for me. If he's going to miss slightly high and let the darts drop. If he goes low into that small 20, like Jared has just done twice, he seems quite stubborn like that. When he does switch. I like that intelligence. But you do get the feeling that a visit for Danny is better if he misses high. We have had some people getting in touch with us, Matt, over the last few days, saying that they're tuning in, getting ready for their next challenge. We had Brendan Dolan texting in yesterday, just saying how much he was enjoying the coverage. Brendan getting ready for the start of his 2023. And Robert Thornton's been in touch this morning, the current World Seniors Champion, 2 weeks away from the defence of that title. So all the very best to Robert. We hope we'll see you soon here at the MODUS Super Series as well.
He was here a couple of weeks ago, got through to finals night.
34, Danny McCarthy,
Went through Group B, which will be starting later on this evening around 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Kicking off with a banger there, kicking off with John Henderson.
Jared, you require 100.
Alan Sherrick, what a way to start the campaign.
Fabulous opening match. We talked about the opening match in this group as well, being Jared against Richard North. It was a great game. And Jared still has
57.
The glimmering light of a 3-0 deficit against Danny.
Game
Look
shot
at
the
that.
third leg.
So sharp.
Jared Cole.
And Danny has no answer. He's not had a dart at a double yet. 93 to 94 average for JC. And 1 out of every 3 doubles hit. That is the epitome of a very tidy performance. And he might even make it better. He's had 2 180s and a 177 in this game, and this is why he's the favourite for the group.
I was just about to say, if you saw Jared Cole for the first time in his opening match against Richard North and thought, why is he favourite for the group? This is why.
We're talking about a player
60
that has been good in the junior game. He's been good in the development area of the game. Someone who's played at a Lakeside. Somebody who's beaten Martin Adams at Lakeside.
You mentioned his prowess in the junior game. PDC Development Tour in 2018. Finders Darts Masters Youth Champion in 2017.
60.
And he also won the WDF European Cup Youth Singles in 2017. They are 3 big titles there in the youth game. 3 of the biggest titles even.
60.
On the youth and development side of darts.
And he's got a lot of Pro Tour experience as well. Before the current system was put in place, he was an alternate on the Pro Tour for a great deal of the 2018 season. I spent a lot of time with Jared, and he's a wonderful young man. Vastly talented.
Jared,
and this is where he wants to flex his muscle this week. He's got 6 darts from here for our first bagel of the day. Double top.
84.
Say vastly talented, and my big question on that point, which we'll probably pick up on later, is does he realise just how talented he is?
57. Jared, you require
Is it
20.
good if he knows it, or would he rather be ignorant to it?
Game
right now he doesn't care, because that
match.
16 darter
Jared Cole
ensures that he averages 16 darts for 4 legs. That's exactly what 93.94 is, and he maintains that 1 in every 3 ratio on the outer ring. That's about as tidy as you will see this week without being overly spectacular. But he vaults himself into the reckoning in Group C with that big win. Danny Smith has problems, averaging in the low 70s, not once but twice already in this group. Without further ado, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's Reece Colley up against Mark Graham, which will signal the end of round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole has laid down a marker, 94 average in defeating Danny Smith by 4-0. That's his first victory of the day. The middle game of round 2 sees Reece Colley take on Mark Graham, and we're very fortunate from our position seeing what happened in the advert break, and it's good to see that the players play in this group in a real good spirit. Let's see who's going to have the more spirited performance as we head over to Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, it's a big game, this one. We've already seen Mark Graham recover from a down position against Danny Smith. Well, he will feel like he's in now. He's at the crease. He's had that first game where he's got himself 4 doubles and an 86 average and 40% on the outer ring. That's a very steady start, Matt Edgar. What do you expect from him here? Because there are question marks over Reece Colley already this morning.
I look at the group table, and I shouldn't, with 5 games in.
Okay, first leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
There are 30 games to be played, so another 25 matches to go. But the 2 players I expect to be at the top of the table have now hit the top of the table, Richard North and Jared Cole. Jared Cole only lost his game to Richard North, and that was in the opening match. This is a game that can go either way, and we could see Richard North and Jared Cole take those top 2 positions, just hold them throughout, because we've just seen the best performance of this group so far, and that was from Jared Cole, a near 94 average, and he looks so convincing in his victory over Danny Smith. The next best average came from Richard North. They are clearly the top 2 players in this group.
Reece Colley's just got his second maximum of the day. His first game was very erratic against Josh McCarthy that he lost by 4-3, but already I'm seeing good signs. A lot straighter when he's going for the 20s and a more swift pace, which seems to suit him for me.
Pace is always a good thing within the throw. If you've got speed in the throw, you don't need force, and force will come from muscle.
97.
Start forcing the throw and flexing the muscles. What will tend to happen is the darts will go low because it will just cause tension.
55. Reece require 80.
Reece gets himself to a finish after 12, and he's going 16s. I don't mind this play with Mark not on a finish.
Game shot on the first.
And he's done it perfectly.
Reece Colley.
5 16s found, just like that. 1-0 Colley and a 14-dart start.
Second leg is Mark to throw first.
Well, the doubters have been swept out of the building with that first leg of this contest.
I think that's one of the probable factors why Reece Colley gets a little bit frustrated, because he has this ability. I mean, he went and won that British Open last year.
135.
Massive title in terms of the history of that event and the amount of entries that play in it. And then he has these sort of off legs and off games. And when we talk about a range, we've only got to look at his Q score, where I actually tipped him as one of the 5 players to really watch as someone who could come off the pace. And
95.
he was nowhere near his levels there.
We do see in the grand scheme of this sport that certain systems suit certain players. We've seen over the course of time players like Richard Veenstra, who's played here very recently, having success in the WDF system. But now he's gone to the PDC system by getting through Q School, and you just wonder if that's where he really kicks in. Certain players have gone from one system to another and not succeeded. But the other way around has happened just as many times. People have had decent success elsewhere, but then they've gone to the PDC and been better. Whereas, if you think about Reece Colley, obviously he had a very good 2022. But you just wonder, where does his game go from here? Where does 2023 and this week lead him? Bullseye.
55. Mark, you require 88.
I think as that dart was getting closer, it was just saying hello, but it wasn't being greeted. Bullseye for Mark.
63.
Closer, but no
Reece
cigar.
required 31.
I think when we talk about the career or the prospects of Reece Colley, I think his best years are rather in front of him than behind him, which sounds crazy when you say about
15.
someone as young as Reece,
Mark,
but
you
what I mean
require
by that is he's
25.
got that big title. I expect him to go do more and do better than that, but Mark Graham in this match got a chance to level it up. It's a little bit awkward. He's going to have to come right.
9.
That's another well-thrown dart there
Reece
from Mark
requires
Graham.
16.
Mark Graham, who alluded in his interview at the start of the day that the doubles let him down in
Games
Romania.
on the second leg.
They've just let him
Reece
down there
Colley.
as Reece Colley goes in off the post to double his lead.
Now, that was a bit like that free kick for Crystal
Delegates
Palace
race
against
to throw
Man U last
first.
week, which went
Game
off
on.
the bar, hit the line and went in the back of the net. He didn't know it was a score until the referee was pointing to the other side.
60.
When you throw darts like that, you automatically think, well, that's going in double 16. But when it clings on and it just takes enough of that double 8, you are relieved.
42.
Kind of glad we don't have any Nottingham Forest fans on the crew today.
55.
I think they might be feeling quite blue. I don't know of any Manchester United fans actually on the crew.
96.
I haven't heard anybody talking in our ears or anything like that. In fact, we can't hear anything apart from Richard North next door. Nobody talks more than Richard.
95.
These guys are probably really happy that they're on the stage so they can get a break from the somewhat loquacious redhead individual that is next door to us. That's beautiful.
180.
A gorgeous 180 from Mark to get him back in this leg. We talked about heat
97.
maps though, Matt. And if you had a heat map for Reece's first game, a lot of his darts were veering to his left, less so in this game, and the weight of the dart has been better as well.
140.
Yeah, he's certainly getting more extension rather than a hooking motion, which is something that sort of just creeps into his game from time to time, where
56.
it's almost just like holding onto the dart a little
Mark
bit too
required
long, and you
43.
just come across the body and the arm. There's a bit of a hook to it.
There's a bit of a sway about the
Games on
action
third
of Mark,
leg. Mark Graham.
but he sways his way to getting within one this time. A little bit of body movement, but
Fourth leg, it's
you
Mark
don't
to
mind
throw
that as long as
first.
it's
Game
timed
on.
well. And I said this the last time he was here, but I'm going to repeat myself for everybody else. He's got this, every now and again, he has this little twitch with his left side of his mouth. And we talked about the fact, and we joked about the fact that
55.
some people call him the Grinch because of it. But I believe, just to give him a compliment, I think he looks a bit like Brian Ferry.
180.
Definitely got that same sort of hairstyle. If it was a bit longer, it'd be a bit more Brian Ferry-like, but Reece Colley starting
60.
with his second maximum of the game in leg number 4. Looking to make Mark Graham feel like a very jealous guy.
180.
It's on. We haven't seen one here since Conor Heenahan. Give us that mighty uppercut. From Reece Colley.
43. Reece record 141.
Join the roll of honour. Join the list of players that have hit the 9. He can be, but not in this leg.
130.
How often do you see that when someone's on a 9 and they look to leave double 18, but they get the bullseye and leave 11? Mark can't leave a finish, even with that maximum, which is the 5th of this game, and it's only leg 4. That's just in the single 3. His double. A double he doesn't miss. He's amazing on double 2 this week. I said yesterday that I was going to do some stats on his double 2 shooting. I forgot about them. I do beg your pardon. But if he keeps hitting it, I'm going to have to do them.
Yeah, an impressive turnaround on that double and an impressive turnaround on the
49.
performance as well. He lost his opening game 4-3 to Josh McCarthy. He was 3-1 up in that game and lost 4-3. We averaged 79. He's much better on this one. He's averaging 91 and a
83.
bit at the moment, and looking a lot more likely that he's going to be able to convert it this time.
How many 12 darters have you seen, Matt?
100.
Finished on double 2.
Well, I saw one recently. It was probably about a minute ago now, when Reece Colley did it.
A very crafty answer.
125.
Good game, this one. Mark Graham is trying to chase his opponent down, but you just get the feeling that Colley is in a good place.
He asked me the other day,
94.
actually. He's a big Aston Villa fan, which we can see from the colours of his shirt, saying, what do I think his best player is? I actually asked him.
Oh, really?
He said, Juan Pablo Angel.
100.
Now, there's an answer I wouldn't have plucked out of thin air. I thought you might have said Stan Collymore.
It's that time of the week.
140.
I've been spending too much time with Chris Murphy. Juan Pablo Angel. A very interesting answer.
44. Reece require
The answer to this game is
118.
118. It could well be done.
98.
Not just
Mark, you
yet.
require 149.
This is a match saver, you feel. He took out a 144 in his last game. He will not take the 149 out. And at this point, you've got to start fearing the worst for Mark Graham.
45.
And Reece
Reece
Colley
require
could give us
20.
4 players on 2 points.
Can he do it? Yes, he can. That's a very tidy performance.
Reece Colley.
Averaging over 90, improving by more than 12 points on his previous game. So somebody's woken him up. Now it's a case of whether he can continue in that vein. Checkered percentage, very good. High out, that's fine. Overall average, check that. 180's brilliant. And he had a 12 darter in that match, which finished on double 2. A double that he just doesn't seem to miss this week. Fantastic from Colley. And Mark Graham suffering a defeat in his second game of the day. That's 2 rounds down. The middle portion of the day is coming up after the break with round 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 2 rounds of games down, which means it's the time to get the assets assessment on how things are going so far. And is it fair to say, Richard North obviously on 4 points, but other than that, we're maybe left with a bit more questions and answers from our players at times?
Yeah, a few ups and downs so far, but I think a lot of people have recovered well after a slow start, particularly Reece Colley in the last match where there was some real highlights. But Northie just seems very, very chirpy today, and he's doing a lot of things right.
And he is doing a lot of things right, and he is top of this Group C table, which is in its embryonic stage. It's just 2 rounds of fixtures played, but he's the only player who is on maximum points. Then we've got another 4 players on 2, and then Danny Smith on 0 points. Actually got a bookending battle coming up next, which could be a crucial one already for Danny Smith, because Richard North goes 6 points in front. I know there's 2 spots getting through here, but already things get difficult.
Yeah, they are getting difficult, unfortunately, and you don't want to start with 3 defeats. So maybe this is the right kind of opponent for him right now, someone who had 3 really good battles with throughout the course of the week, so he knows exactly what he's going to get. But for me, like I said in commentary, I think the first start has got to be a little bit higher. If it isn't, I think he's got problems.
And then in the middle of the table, is it going to be one of those that we're probably going to see sorted out as the day goes on? Because as we said, I mean, the likes of Jerry, we saw one really good performance. The first one was a little bit shaky at times. You could say the same possibly about Mark Graham and Josh McCarthy also. Well, all of them, really.
I think it's fair to say that Mark Graham was just hit with a really big hammer in the previous game, so I'm not going to judge too much by that. But what I've seen from Jared Cole in his first win of the day is that he's settled in. Expect him to play more like that for the rest of this campaign than the way he played against Richard North in the first game. So I do get the feeling that Richard is probably going to qualify the way he's playing. But as for who goes with him, it might just be a scrap between Colley, Mark Graham and Jared Cole.
Does it make these middle games even more important now?
I think the rest of the day is really important. I think if you are going to qualify from this group, you need at least 6 points on day 1. And if you're going to get through via tomorrow, 12 is probably what you're aiming for. So 2 days where you win more than you lose.
Well, Danny Smith is up next. The man who supplied us the brownies is in what Paul Nicholson describes as the big soup of doubt. No doubt Matthew Redger will describe this one impeccably.
Thank you, Henry. Richard North, top of the table. And you mentioned that this is a bookend game in terms of the top of the table. And we've got a bit of a food theme going on there. So I'm going to say that this game is a bit of a sandwich in the fact that Richard North winning the meetings on Monday and Wednesday. And then Danny Smith winning the meat of the sandwich, the bit in the middle. He won the game on Tuesday. He won that one 4-3. But the most recent meeting between the two was yesterday, where Richard North actually won that game 4-0. He was 4 from 4 on his doubles. He had a 1-6-7 finish, and he won 2 of those legs. That 4 from 4 on the doubles, using the
first leg is
bullseye.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
2 players who are totally different vibes today. One +5 legs, one -5 legs. One won both matches, one's lost both matches.
78.
If the history of the day has any bearing on this match, you'll say Richard North will win this one comfortably. But Danny Smith will have
97.
very different ideas from that, and does have positive vibes. He has won 5 matches this week, one of them against Richard North.
100.
Danny Smith's last game. 4-0 defeat to Jared Cole. 73 the average. We know he can go much better than that. We've seen him average 100 in his opening game. And he's sort of been around that
174.
low 80 mark, which the sort of form we're seeing from Richard North today, you feel he's going to have to raise that somewhat.
I think he's going to have to
80.
find at least
Richard
10
Jabbar
points on what he's done previously
149.
today, Matt. The worrying thing is that Danny's playing his worst darts of the week, and Richard's playing his best, and that proves it.
First leg.
What a checkout.
Richard North.
Best of the day so far, usurping the 144 that we saw from Mark Graham a couple of games ago.
So it's Danny to throw first.
Boy, oh boy. If Danny is swimming in the soup of doubt, the man with the big spoon and supping it up is
42.
Richard.
Let's just rewind to the balcony this morning when you went upstairs and you spoke to Henry Deacon, and you mentioned when you looked at those odds, the
41.
3-1 of Richard North, depending how this starts, could become valuable. right now, anyone who's got that 3-1 is going to be feeling mightily happy about
57.
that placement.
I think the word I used was generous. Look at this from Northey.
140.
An already confident man in everything he does, but when he is able to inflate that confidence with obvious
82.
talent on show, on the cameras, he turns into an even more confident individual. And one of the things that we've touched on this week
100.
is the fact that he has equipment in his hand, which he hasn't changed all week. He might have changed the colour of the stems, but I believe they're the same construct.
60.
But if he's got a set of darts in his hand that he genuinely loves and he knows he can use to good effect, I think everybody for the rest of this week and potentially for next week has to watch
44.
out for him.
Yeah, you use the word generous on those odds. I think if you were going to use it now, you'd probably say with hindsight of how he's playing, it's
100.
ludicrous. They're massive odds.
He's not getting frustrated.
59.
Even with visits
Danny
like that,
Require,
he's just getting
160.
on with business. He's not using up mental bandwidth with negativity.
Well, he did exactly this in his game with Josh McCarthy,
90.
where he was
Richard
so good on
Require,
his throw and against the throw.
117.
Just, it was like a relaxed effort rather than an attack.
He's already hit this 117 this week.
Going
And he's only gonna
to
hit
the
it again.
second leg.
No matter what
Richard
Danny
North.
Smith does, he's not getting to doubles. We can't even assess how
Going
he
against
is
Richard to throw
on the outer ring
first.
because he's not getting
Game
there.
on.
Every now and again, it's because he's not scoring well, but in legs like that, it's because his opponent
81.
does something like a 117 out and 2 legs won, 2 doubles hit, and both with ton plus checkouts.
And when you was coming down, I was reminding the viewers of how this game went
140.
yesterday. And actually, in that game, Richard North was 4 from 4 from doubles in that match. He had 2 of those 4 from 4 where he won it on the bullseye.
100.
And he had a 167.
So that makes his last day and a bit against Danny 6 from 6 on doubles.
96.
Every now and again, you do see some hot spells from players when they're playing best of 7 leg darts. I remember when
89.
we were in Southampton and Mike Warburton of Wales put in his personal best average of over 115. And he averaged, I think it was 110 in the
58.
next game. He had a ridiculous 2-game spell. Now, Richard North is not in that same vein right here, but he definitely seems to be getting something together.
64.
And that's good thinking. Again, he's left that 167. If he takes this out, it could be a mic drop moment.
57.
If he carries on winning, we
Richard
might see
Require,
him at the end of the day up on the balcony
167.
with Henry. And that would be a nice, easy interview for Henry. Wouldn't he? Ask him one question like you did the other day and he fills up the whole minute.
No, we haven't got enough airtime for that. So we may have to scrub that from
99.
our running
Danny
order.
Require, 150.
Got to get there first. Stay there. What a dart. Double 15. Oh,
Game
Danny,
shot,
what a
the third
shot.
leg.
We get
Danny
nothing
Smith.
but ton plus checkouts in this game. 149, 117, and 150. A plethora of
Well, look
absolute
at Danny to throw
brilliance
first.
on the outer ring
Game
and
on.
on the approach. Bravo, gentlemen.
It looks like he's climbing out of the soup
85.
of doubt. He's had enough of being in that bowl.
It's a bit like seeing a spider trying to climb out the bath. It's a very, very tough thing to do. Not that I've ever been
140.
left in a big bowl of doubt soup.
Or stood watching spiders try and climb out of baths.
No, that's very entertaining.
96.
We're going to make a sport out of that. The Super Series of spider climbing.
57.
Oh, come on, we've got Ninja Warrior already. There's some strange sports around the world, albeit very entertaining.
100.
I did say to you earlier in the week, didn't I, Matt? That it would be very entertaining to see a collection of dart players try the Ninja Warrior assault course to see just how close they could get to the end.
94.
Okay, so if we took the group of players we've got this week and put them through the Ninja Warrior, who wins?
40.
That is a difficult question. Let me just look at the whole list of people.
60.
I'd say either Ryan Palmer or Josh McCarthy.
60. Richard, you require 150.
Or you. Because I know you're quite agile.
I would have potentially gone with Lee Budgeon as well.
He's got a bit of strength about him, hasn't he? Yeah, that's a good shout.
130. Danny, you require 120.
Keep the trend going, Danny. Did he really go for that? Did he really go for 3 double tops? I don't think so, judging by his reaction. Oh, it's still on. It's not still going, though. That's the first dart missed at a double the whole match.
Did you see Richard North's reaction when he hit the treble 20? He was like, oh, here we go.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Misses don't last long, and
Richard
North retakes control. Another 2-leg cushion for him, and another good performance. 75% of the doubles and a 93 and change average. Even when Danny Smith does raise his game by 10 points, like we said he might have to, it's not enough.
100.
Richard North is playing well. He's playing a little bit like the guy who's got the resume that he does actually have, rather than the guy we've seen over the recent times he's been here. Played twice at the World Championships 2018 and 2019, where he reached the second round. He's played in the World Match Play, the World Grand Prix, the UK Open, European Championships, and the Players' Championship Finals. That is some CV, which he's still adding to, because actually he picked up a tournament win last year in 2022 when he won the Malta Open on the WDF circuit.
He wasn't too shy to tell me about that earlier in the week. But when you've won a title that has a name like that, tell people. What's the biggest title that you've won, Matt? That has a name?
59.
I think it was the Daventry Christmas Open. I think it was.
It's got a nice ring to it.
I've got a couple of Challenge Tour titles. I'll probably go with those ones. I'll probably put them at my top of the roll of honour.
145.
Could add Super Series week winner, because Richard North is playing that sort of darts right now.
Yes, he is.
You require 56.
This is a great performance. Full of good thinking.
Game
but that is sublime. 80% on the outer ring, and he was just way too good for Desperate Dan, who did lift his levels, but not to the level that he needed. Look at that. Anything but 180s. None of them. But the checkouts are excellent. The high out of 149, which was a drop in the ocean for all of the finishing that we did see. 96.2, the best average that we've seen so far in this group. Brilliant from North, and he sits atop the table on 6 points. Can he be caught? Over to you, Josh McCarthy and Mark Graham. You're trying to get a bit closer. That's coming up after the break.
Richard North will feel he's in John O'Groats. His performances just get better and better and better. A 96.2 average in a 4-1 success against Danny Smith, which means he is the first player onto 6 points in this Group C table. Next up for us, it's the battle between Josh McCarthy and Mark Graham, which is going to be watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Middle game of the day already after 4 very quick matches. In fact, over the last 4 matches, the most legs that we've seen have been 5. And one of those games, there was only 4. In one of those games, Reece Colley dispatched this guy, a 45-year-old from Chester.
Okay, first
looking to
against
respond.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
Against Josh McCarthy right here, who himself lost in 5 legs to the dominant Richard North back in game number 4. You said to me off the air, Matt, that this is a huge game for Josh. Just looking
60.
to get himself back into winning and more confident form after a 71 average in game 4.
He mentioned, didn't he, at the start of the day that he's not played a lot of darts recently, and
100.
you're trying to feel out your game, you're trying to work out where it is. And I feel like he's probably in that mode at the moment, which it's not the best place to be when you're trying to pick up points and trying to chase down a position in the table.
140.
2 players have lost a match so far, and my rule of 3, I think, is really going to come into play in this group, because Jared Cole and Richard North at the moment are looking a class above at the moment.
90.
But then again, we've got to try and chuck Reece Colley in there now after that performance against Mark Graham.
Makes the next match really intriguing. Match 9 will be Cole against Colley. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a few
140.
tongue twisters in there.
I think that game coming up next, Jared Cole, Reece Colley, if I had to make a prediction for what is going to get clipped up for the YouTube channel for match of the day, that's the one.
So you don't want to miss that when it comes up after this one then.
161.
This has been a good leg so far for Josh. 161 after 9 is always very steady. We've had
45.
some nickname suggestions for Richard North today. Some of them have been terrible. Some of them pretty good. What about Josh McCarthy, though? He doesn't have a nickname. And no, he's not going to be called
100.
Joshy.
Josh McCoy, 116.
J-Mac sounds pretty good. 16 for tops. All very tidy to here.
96.
Not a bad effort. Mark Graham can steal
82.
in 15 darts, potentially in 14 even if he finds the bullseye, which he does. The sense of
Game show
impending
first
doom
leg.
on the face of
Mark
Josh
Graham.
McCarthy as soon as that bullseye went in.
I've got it. So
Second against Mark to throw
there's a
first.
well-known
Game
establishment that like to call everything the muck something. You're probably confused. You've probably never eaten there in your
Oh,
life.
that's right. A well-known place that has
85.
something to do with yellow.
A fast food establishment. And I think he should be the muck darter. And when he's doing something good, we could say how he's muck darting.
40.
And he's loving it.
I see where you're going with it. I think it's a work in progress.
82.
Walk-on music could be the clown theme, you know. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Come on, Matt. You know how much I love The Simpsons. I'm going to have a visual interpretation all day of Marge
100.
Simpson doing that when Homer goes to clown college.
We could change the name of the big fish for him, and we could call it the Big Mac when he takes out the 170.
45.
No, we'd have to call it the Big Filet-O fish. Long way to go before we get there, though. Maybe we'll think about that one. Maybe we'll think about something else. But if you do have any suggestions for Josh, please get in touch.
78.
Oh, I've cracked it. There's so much that can be done with the muck darter.
You wouldn't want to crunch in any tungsten in that sandwich.
121.
Beautiful darts there from Mark. Doesn't get him to a finish, though. But in every likelihood, from what we've seen so far, He will have 6 starts from 168.
$68.
Does he look like a cartoon character of any sort?
83.
He kind of looks like the child from American Dad. But then again, a lot of people think that Damon Heta looks like that cartoon character as well.
140. Mark you require 85.
20 for the bull has got to be the route here. He's already hit the bull in this match on approach to a double.
60.
Not on this occasion.
Requires 75.
To take a 2-0 lead, and McCarthy will hopefully be getting a shot minimum at double top. He doesn't.
35.
And he's livid. He's got every right to be. Double 8 for Graham to double his lead. That is really good. I know it's a 21 dart leg, but when you're converting 25 checkouts like that, where you've got to go across the other side of the board,
so against Josh,
just goes to show that you're
game on.
In a confident mood. And he strikes me as somebody who's in a confident mood because he's not showing any negativity all day long.
100.
I've just noticed actually that my Twitter followers went up during that muck conversation, so I'm kind of hoping that that's them like stamping authority, going along with actually, yeah, this is a really good idea. I'm a big fan of this idea. The muck data. So much that could be done with that.
81.
I'm all in.
You're all in with it. Oh, well, there you go. I hope you've got the aces.
60.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit with these two because I'm kind of convinced from what I've seen so far today. And I wouldn't be surprised to be wrong this time tomorrow. Do you think
60.
that one of these guys is going to qualify?
No. And the reason being, not because I don't think that Mark Graham isn't good enough. I just think that Jared Cole and Richard North are not going to let him have the opportunity to get that space. I think Mark Graham is probably going to be third place. I think he's playing really good darts. I'm really impressed with what he's been doing here.
140.
Just think it's a big ask to dislodge Cole and North.
It would have been so funny had I asked that question and then the next 6 darts were all treble 20s. In fact, 5 of them were.
55. Joshua require 120.
Very steady leg here from Josh to leave 120 after 12. Double top. Wasn't quite set there. That showed a bit of experience.
Game
and that showed a little bit of brilliance.
Josh McCarthy.
We are getting a lot of ton plus checkouts all of a sudden in the middle portion of today's play. We've had a 150, a 149, a 120. We've had a 144 earlier from Mark Graham, which was a belter. This is a decent game so far. McCarthy averaging 90 after 3 legs.
25.
Mark Graham again in the 86 range.
We mentioned before about Mark Graham and sort of his goals and what he wants to do, and it's mostly around going on that WDF tour and getting himself back to Lakeside.
100.
He's actually currently sat 52nd on the order of merit. Now, that doesn't include the people that will come out because they've won gold events, such as people above him like Sebastian Bieletsky. Someone else who's above him, Reece Colley, above him by just 7 points on the order of merit system. So there won't be players that will come out of that. David Pallett will be one of those. Jamie Lewis, I believe, has won one of those gold ranking titles as well, which will see him come out of that ranking system. Jelle Klassen, who won the Dutch Open, will come out of that ranking system as well. So he's probably sat right on the borderline at the moment of that position, which again is basically quite surprising. He hasn't gone to the Platinum event this weekend in Holland.
Yeah, he's got a lot of events ahead of him, but Can you imagine the confidence he would take back to the WDF circuit?
68. Mark your record,
Could he win this week?
156.
Beautiful first start. Needs another. He has found at least one maximum in every game so far today. He's now got 6 for the day. 1 in his first game, 3 in his second, and he's already got 2 in this. We could only be halfway through this one. Yeah, good thinking there from Josh. He didn't find the 25, but at least he was doing the right thing. Right thing here for Marcus to take the 3-1 lead. And that's exactly what he does in 14 darts right there. The averages have flipped around. Now it's Mark above 90 and Josh below.
Josh to throw.
This is a good contest.
Game on.
Currently being won by the more fancied player, you would feel.
And I feel like everyone is getting better as this day has gone on. The performances, the averages, the stats, the reactions, all getting better. Josh McCarthy finds in his first maximum of this game.
Yeah. It's actually his first one of the day as well.
140.
I think this can be a great end to the day if the players can keep up the standard that they are showing. The last 3 averages have been sort of mid-90s that have been won by Jared Cole, Reece Colley and Richard North. And Mark Graham is
100.
close to that, as is Josh McCarthy. They're both pushing up towards that mid-90s average, which means we could have our last 4 games won above the standard of what we expected.
123.
Sometimes I've got to be brutally honest. When I was thinking about this group, when I first came into the studio this morning, I wasn't entirely certain that we'd have a great deal of strength in depth when it came to the performances. But what I'm seeing
96
is a higher level of performance overall than I expected. And when that happens, it makes everybody happy.
It's like they've all just sensed there was an opportunity here, isn't it? And they've all just brought their A games, and we're seeing the best.
125.
Going to make a fascinating watch, and maybe Richard North and Jared Cole won't have it all their own way like we originally would have expected.
Everybody fancies a 1-2-5, don't they? They think about bull, 25 bull.
75. Mark your record, 150.
All Josh can do is lay up and hope that Mark does not take out yet another ton plus out in the middle portion of the day. It's a match start at tops.
95. Josh, you require 50.
Wasn't really on target at any point during its trajectory. Is this hitting tops? This one should.
10.
But it doesn't. He gave it a good chance.
Require 20.
But Graham could take another 14 darter on double 5.
$10.
And it's his turn to miss after having a beautiful
40.
guide.
I don't think Josh McCarthy expected that. He was almost ready to leave the stage. The way that Mark Graham's been finishing in this one, thought that would be job done.
Game show on the 5th leg.
Again, puts that first dart just on the top wire, but this time was able to use it, able to convert the leg. And
Six leg
it's
is
that sort of
Mark
situation again, isn't it? That 3-1 situation where the player who's got the lead's only got that one leg in which they can convert it, where they've got the advantage of throwing first. And for Mark Graham, that's this one.
93.
Mark's got a very interesting accent, hasn't he? There are quite a few Welsh sports personalities through the year who, when they speak to people, they're not seen by people as immediately Welsh.
140.
Because the border of Wales is all the way down from Merseyside, past Cheshire, up past, I think it's
139.
Down towards the area of the southwest. It's a very diverse part of the country. And when I first heard Mark Graham talk, before I knew he was Welsh, I thought he was from Stoke.
137.
Because to me, when I close my eyes, he sounds a bit like Phil Taylor and Adrian Lewis.
That could be a big miss.
64.
Because that meant he needed a treble with that last dart. That is offering hope to Josh McCarthy, who's hit A 140 and a 137 in this leg so far.
Got a really interesting grip as Josh. There's a lot of fingers on that dart.
150.
If he doesn't get that release right, that dart will be under-delivered like it was in that first start of that visit. Should go bull.
84.
Doesn't get it, but
Josh
again, like I said about Josh
109.
earlier, at least he did the right thing.
No shot there for Josh McCarthy, so
61.
match
Mark
opportunity now for Mark
121.
Graham. 1-2-1 for the match.
Doesn't get a shot at the bull then. And McCarthy is going to return
57.
to take us
Josh
all the way.
McGuire, 48.
And we've only been to leg 7 twice today. One of those games involved Josh winning. Double 10.
28.
What a chance now for Graham to get it done.
Mark
He's already
McGuire,
had some in the
64.
previous leg. That's a very safe single, as is that.
48.
And he gets 3 singles.
Josh
He's looking for
McGuire,
just
20.
one more 16 to take us into the next match. This double 10 could take us into the next leg.
The shuffles over to the left. The dart goes right.
No
Dart
score.
does not go in.
Mark
3 more match
16.
darts for Mark Graham.
If he has had an Achilles heel today, Josh, it has been the outer ring.
No score.
And Mark Graham's Achilles heel right now is the outer ring.
Joshua
4
McGuire, 20.
darts for the match.
He had 3 clear darts in a previous leg. That's at least 7 match darts for Mark
Gauge
Graham.
on the sick flag.
Will he
Josh
get any
McCarthy.
more?
There are no guarantees.
7
Josh has
final
got the
leg is
darts.
Josh to throw first.
He could repeat what he
Game
did
on.
in game number 2 of the day, because he had the darts in the last leg of that contest as well.
When you're behind there and you've
95.
just missed all those match darts and you look up and the first dart of your opponent's in the treble 20, you think, oh, here we go.
It's a natural reaction. I know you can't affect what your opponent does, but you are hoping that they
28.
hit something like 28. You sense that this leg can be won in 15 darts from this position. And at this standard, I'd have to say
140.
that visits like that are like gold dust. You're thinking, get 95s and tons on the way down and give yourself a chance at a 15-darter. You're putting huge pressure on your opponent by
59.
getting 1 big treble a turn. But Josh has already got 3 in 2 turns. Intelligent switching. He knows exactly what he's
44.
doing, but that's his first bad visit of this final leg of the contest. Just how damaging would this be for Mark Graham if he loses this game?
50.
Because McCarthy and Graham currently sit identical in this table on 2 points and -2 in leg difference.
Well, there'll be 2 of his lives gone already, and it'll be 1 life that he feel wouldn't have
58.
or shouldn't have passed him by. And he'll be disappointed that he can't really do anything. Even a 180 here wouldn't really put him in. He's absolutely hitting nothing in this last leg, and he's leaving this to hope. He's leaving
85.
this really
Joshua
for
McGuire,
Josh McCarthy to miss the
164.
amount of match darts that he has, which is 7 match darts so far.
He shouldn't go for this bull. And sensibly didn't.
124.
So I get the feeling if there were a few fans in here, like there will be on Saturday night, he might have thought about it for an extra couple of seconds.
135.
Maximum would have left 99.
Joshua McGuire,
But as it
40.
stands, he's left a finish that he's already hit today. So my advice to you, Josh, is get rid of this as soon as possible. 1 left.
No score.
Still got
Mark
40
require
left.
144.
He's done it once. He won't do it on this occasion, but I did say if Mark Graham's to win this,
88.
Josh McCarthy's going to need to miss
Josh
a lot of
require
match darts. He's
40.
missed 3 so far.
There have been 10 match darts missed in the contest from both of them. Make that 11. He'll be hoping it's not 12. And it isn't, because that's a beautiful shot
Josh
on the 4 o'clock
McCarthy.
double. He does get over the line, and it seems to me like the only way he's getting across the line on Thursday is in 7-leg thrillers. That's exactly what you just saw. It was a really even contest, but Mark Graham will go back to the practice room and probably listen to Richard North telling him why he shouldn't have lost it. So, we will take a short break, and when we come back, it will be possibly the best game of the day, as Matthew Edgar has already touted it as. It's Jared Cole against Reece Colley. Great game coming up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen yet another comeback, this time by Josh McCarthy, to get the better of Mark Graham by 4 legs to 3. It's the third game we've seen so far today go the distance. Next up for us is the end of the third round of fixtures, as Jared Cole takes on Reece Colley, and that's going to be watched in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
It could well be the best match of the day, but we have touted games like this before and they haven't delivered. Will this one, game number 9 of our 15 for the first session of 2 today? Jared Cole looks to be in a very fine fettle, the young man from Hatfield in Hertfordshire. When you've got a nickname like King of the Castle, you've got something to live up to. But it has been a bit of a chaotic week for the man nicknamed Chaos. It's a battle of the young men.
Okay, first leg is Jared to
Total
throw
age
first.
of 45,
Game
which
on.
makes me feel very, very old.
I've just thought of a possibility that we have completely neglected here.
125.
We could, on Saturday, have a match between the King of the Castle and the Queen of the Palace.
85.
Well, this is where you've got to have a bit of keel and care, because he's lord of the board.
82.
Well, someone may have to be lord of the lounge next Saturday night.
23.
I'm a big fan of this project continuing here and us having something on the wall, like a wall of fame. Whenever you win a Super Series, you get either a handprint or a signature and your picture there with the big novelty check, which I know you like.
60. Jared, you're 154.
Oh, yeah. Big fan of the big novelty check, which at the moment, on the evidence of what we're seeing so far,
70.
you'd say that Jared Cole might be getting his hands on come the end of this week. Certainly the favourite with the bookies to do so.
I wouldn't say no.
100. Jared, you require
It'd be
84.
quite the story if somebody from Group C was to get it. Someone like Ryan Palmer, Fallon Sherrick maybe, or even John Henderson. Double 12.
Game
Stepped
show
back
the first leg.
and got it hit.
Jared Cole.
He looks like an individual who's not stressed by anything right now. And when you have an individual like
Second
that,
against Reece to throw first.
they can be very dangerous. He made that 15-darter look really simple.
135.
In fact, he made winning over Danny Smith in Game 5 look simple. He's had a nice 3-game break since then. And he's just carrying on in the same vein. That's his 4th maximum of the day so far. And Reece has already got 4.
140.
He's coming to this as the favourite, and he is stamping his authority. Not just the favourite for this group, but now favourite for the week.
I might have to communicate that to our
100.
friends at Sporty Stuff TV tonight when they're doing the Greyhound racing, because I'll be on with those guys just shy of 8:30 tonight to talk about tips for tonight. They might want to know who's favourite for the week and favourite for Group B.
84. It's 126.
This might have to go. But it's not gonna. And 2 darts dragged to the left.
32. Jared, you've
Meaning
required
that Reece is
97.
starting to do what he was doing in his first game as opposed to his second game today.
57.
I think if Reece was on a
Reece, you've
double
required
there, he might
94.
have gone double 19 tops. But because he's not, he went for treble 18 instead. Is that in?
Game
They're
show
both
the
in.
second leg.
Brilliantly
Reece
done by
Colley.
Reece Colley. 15-darter in both legs so far. It's living up
Third
to
leg
the
is Jared
hype.
to throw first.
Just had all the ingredients, didn't it? The big scoring potential, the pace of the game. You know, both these
100.
players play at a eye-catching pace, a pace that we like to watch the sport played at nowadays, and the doubling, the big
85.
finishes. It just felt like it had all the ingredients that you could put it in a big mixing bowl and bake some amazing sort of darting brownie.
100.
Is that a hint?
It might be, yeah.
If you're not aware and you haven't been tuning in this morning, by the
100.
way, Matthew Edgar has been badgering me to make brownies this weekend, so I've buckled. And I am going to make brownies this weekend. If they're any good, I'll post a picture of them on the
100.
MODUS Super Series Twitter page. But only if they come out right. Which they will.
60.
I don't mess up brownies. I take them very seriously. I wonder if Jared, if he wins over the next
80.
couple of days, during the day, we might have to have a brownie off. Get him to make some as well.
I'm all for that. I'd
140.
mind
Jared, you've
being one of the
121.
judges.
Treble 17 first on a 1-2-1. That's rather old school.
60. Reach for 116.
419s and tops. This is for a massive break of throw against the group favourite.
Game
Fabulous.
show the third leg.
He's just gone
Reece Colley.
15-12. In fact, it's 15-15. I do beg your pardon.
Fourth leg, it's
So that is
Reece to throw
wonderful.
first. Game on.
And now he's just planted that tiniest little seed of doubt in the mind of Cole, because he's got to break back if he wants to win this game now.
68.
You know who's really good at making chocolate-based things? A young dart player by the name of Ted Evans.
100.
He makes his own chocolates. He brought them to the end of season Players' Championship, and they were made with white chocolate and champagne.
140.
I promptly told him to go away because I was about to get very fat.
See, I love eating.
45.
So it's always dangerous when you're around someone who's like a good chef or a good cook, and quite a thing coming into darts actually amongst the younger generations. There's quite a few chefs and
84.
cooks.
If I was to talk to Jared, who I know quite well, about certain things, we talk about food a lot.
81.
I best not tell him about some of the house habits of some of our mates at the accommodation, because yesterday
59.
I spent about 20 minutes trying to rid a refrigerator glass shelf of a piece of cardboard
55.
that a referee that shall remain nameless
150.
left on there because he thought it was refrigerate this thing instead of freeze it.
This is also the same referee who enjoys a jam sandwich as his chosen cuisine.
He's not having a good week, honestly.
118.
Could be a case of Jared not having his best result. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's playing poorly, because he's not.
Reach required.
That's a second maximum, and he's averaging 98, but he could be 3-1 down.
Well, he's certainly bringing the best out in Reece, isn't he? Which
Game shot
begs the question, does Reece enjoy
Colley.
playing these games more where he's not the favourite? If you look at some people like Ryan Searle, for example, he always
So
wants to
it's
paint himself
Jarrett
as
to
the
throw
underdog. He
first. Game
hates
on.
being the favourite. Is Reece Colley showing us signs that potentially he's the same in that, and he'd rather come into a game as the underdog
100.
and come through to upset the odds rather than be the pace setter?
There is a possibility in this game that we could have our best average of the group, and it's a losing
61.
average. Again, it happened in Group A. Reece Colley did it. He averaged over 101, lost a game. We've only had 2 averages over 100 this week.
100.
One was the very first game that we had from Danny Smith, and then later in the day, Reece Colley lost with that 101, and we haven't had one since.
97.
It's a bit of a poison chalice getting a 3-figure average here in week 12, because Danny hasn't played
96.
at that level since, and Reece Colley hasn't won with a ton plus average. But he might well win this game. As to whether he'll win it by 4 legs to 1, it very much depends on what Jared may do here. That is fabulous.
134.
Just a plethora of good stuff in this game.
58. Jared requires 71.
Treble 13 is probably the target. Well found. Double 16
55.
offers a bonus chance
Reach record 149.
for a third consecutive 15 darter.
Despite being 3-1 down in this one, Jared Cole will know all he's got to do is break the throw
59.
once.
Jared requires 16.
If he gets this. Double 2. And he can't
14.
find what Reece Colley can find with his eyes closed.
Talk about that reset of Richard North. Reece Colley
Reach
not being rushed
required
into that
90.
situation. This is an unexpected shot. He expected this to be coming at 5:01, so he's taking a little bit of time, making sure he's set and correct.
This has got to be really good. It's got to be high. And in.
Game shot on the
What a
match.
performance from
Reece
Colley.
Colley.
Now, his opponent has averaged a good 7 points more than him, but he won all of the crucial battles, and he finds himself on 4 points. Jared Cole will have to settle for 2 after 3 rounds, even though he's played some of the best darts throughout the course of our 9 games so far today. A very, very interesting one, but you can see that Cole missing 6 darts at a double, every single one of those shots cost him. We'll go through to round number 4 when we come back. If you think that was good, the next 2 rounds might be even better.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Six days a week, every week, this is the MODUS Super Series, bringing you some of the best talent outside the PDC system, worth big money, £1 million worth of prize funds available in 2023. Well, next up for us is Josh McCarthy, the man who came back to get the better of Mark Graham, up against Danny Smith, the man who won brownie points for us here in the commentary box, but is looking to get his first points of the group. To see if he can do that, let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
I see what you did there, Henry, when it came to saying brownie points. He brought donuts in for the first 3 days.
Okay,
And
first
maybe you ran out
Danny
of them.
to throw first.
And that's one thing he
Game
does not
on.
want in this game, a donut. That's what we, in the biz, call a 4-0.
I'm a little bit disappointed, though, because there's all this talk about brownies in there. I've never seen any brownies come through this commentary box door.
Yeah, Henry, get in touch. And who's been stealing all the brownies? They have not made their way down the stairs, and we're very disappointed.
100.
But right now, the only person who is disappointed with their day so far is Danny. I think Josh McCarthy will be very, very, very happy with 4 points from 3 games. 2 wins and a loss. And considering how much pressure he's been under in some of those games, I think he'll be ecstatic.
Oh, absolutely. He's in the hunt, he's in the running, he's in the chase.
140.
Say you've got that rule of 3. Danny Smith in that rule is out of lives and he's got to win everything from here. Mark Graham and Jared Cole have 1 life left.
100.
Richard North is unscathed at the top of the table. He's coming up next against Reece Colley, who has got stronger as the day has gone on.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty good game.
125.
If you are interested, by the way, there are 3 fixtures in this group where they've played each other already 3 times this week. One of those is
99.
Colley against North. It's going to be 2-1 to North. Colley might have the chance to equal the ledger by the time we get there. As for these two, they've never played here at the Super Series.
96. Danny, 124.
Danny is the only player of these two who has played here previously to today. He's played here in Group B and a Group A before. He's not taking the 1-2-4.
Joshua requires
After 12 darts, he's left himself a single dart at the double. He gets 3 opportunities to see it through as well. Wants to try and carry on that winning vibe, that winning momentum he gathered up when he turned around.
20.
3-1
Danny
deficit to Mark
33.
Graham.
That's 13 left. You can see with that gesticulation that he knows he pulled that one left. He's quite fortunate, actually, that he's still got 13 left.
25.
And he almost hit the double 13 there.
Joshua required
Things
20.
are not going Danny's way.
I think he's back in that bowl of soup again that he was talking about.
He's going to be cursing that soup later. He's going to be cursing me.
10.
He's not cursing Josh yet, because he keeps missing
Danny
doubles.
require 8.
He missed 6 now for a break of throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
Danny doesn't miss a third.
Danny Smith.
And he is very, very inquisitive when he's taking that dart out of the board.
Second
Almost
against
like he
Josh
saw a
to
very
throw first.
interesting character in the northeast corner of this venue.
I think he was trying to signal that he didn't feel the dart, or it wasn't
96.
thrown the way he'd like it to. As you see there as he's approaching again. When he's not playing right, you tend to find that he has this looking at the dart with the grip.
59.
We can actually see him wincing when he's throwing these darts. I think there's something going on here for Danny Smith.
You think maybe there's a little imperfection on his finger? Maybe he's aggravated something. Now, we did get to the bottom of something yesterday. We
140.
thought that maybe John Henderson was in a bit of discomfort when he played Danny Smith. We found out he was suffering with a bit of cramp. But I'm sure that Hendo will be fighting fit for later. in Group B.
95.
Yeah, I expect to see the best of John Henderson tonight. He's had a good break between the schedules. He would have gone to bed a bit later last night so that he didn't get up too early today. He knows how to manage this. I think the game less is really going to suit him as well. I think we're going to see the best of him tonight.
105.
We'll get into the meat and potatoes of Group B from a little bit later. 10 p.m. start, local
59.
time, of course.
Joshua require 160.
Tuning in from Australia and New Zealand. We'll see you in the morning. That's pretty useful.
100.
But that wasn't the problem in leg 1. The problem was finishing the job. He's got plenty of time to finish the job here in leg 2 then.
43. Joshua requires
Chose not to
60.
go to Q School, Josh McCarthy. This is his first darting foray for the year. So far, so good. But again,
40.
he's missing tops and tens.
Danny Smith a long way back.
59.
And that's not going to do
Joshua
any damage
require
either.
20.
But Josh McCarthy, got as long as you need. You've got another 6 at it if you need.
No score.
Oh, he's going to need another visit.
You said earlier, Matt, that when you keep missing doubles at the start of a match, you must erase that immediately, because the more you miss, the more it infests
Joshua
your brain
20.
for future legs.
Well, he's had 11 darts so far, and we've only completed one leg. None of those darts have converted yet for Josh McCarthy.
Game shot on the second
13th
leg.
attempt
Josh
at the double. It's
McCarthy.
always ironic. It's one of those awkward ones, one of the ones that you wouldn't really pick, like a double five, that tends to be the one that
Danny
goes
to throw
in.
first. Game on.
Just had a little bit of insight, actually, as to the mindset of Danny Smith. Our presenter, Henry Deacon, has
96.
sought a bit of insight from Danny. He says he's playing with a little bit of pain today. And to quote, unquote, his 24-gram darts are feeling like 100 grams today for some reason. Well, if they were 100 grams, we wouldn't be allowed to use them.
125.
Because the maximum gram is 40 grams. It used to be 50, but they changed the rule to 40. Probably to save the dartboards from being absolutely obliterated.
You just feel there's someone out there with like a 48-gram dart that hated that rule change.
Yeah, Ryan Searle's just saying, phew, I'm glad they didn't say a 30.
140.
You know Ryan Searle pretty well, don't you?
Yes, used to share all the time on the Pro Tour with Ryan.
Well, lovely man he is
95.
as well. During the World Championship, I asked him for a favour. I said, is there any chance I can get a hold of one of your shirts for one of my presenting colleagues who's a huge fan of yours? And I said, in exchange, me and the rest of the crew from the radio will send money to your chosen charity.
38. Danny required
Very next day, he sent the
170.
shirt that he was wearing that day, signed, and we gave it to our colleague for Christmas. A wonderful gesture. And we sent a lot of money to a domestic
40.
violence charity on his behalf of over £150. So that was everybody winning in that situation. Somebody gets a nice gift and we send a few quid to charity as well. So if you are tuning in, Ryan, thank you very much for your generosity. It is not forgotten.
95. Danny required 130.
Well, this is better.
95. Joshua required
Josh McCarthy.
103.
It's an outside chance here to get that breaker throw back on the board.
That's all right, as long as he gets a treble next time.
31. Danny required 35.
Just a little bit scruffy on the approach. And Smith goes for double 16.
3.
And that first one in the way did not
Joshua
do him any
requires
favours.
72.
He's had plenty of opportunities, Josh. The opportunities to break in the first. Might only be a dart of the ball. That's a great dart from Josh. Gives him an opportunity on the double 10.
Redemption on 10s.
Game
Yeah,
show
there it
the
is.
third leg.
He deserves this
Josh
2-1 lead. He
McCarthy.
has been the better player. Admittedly, he has missed 12 darts at a double, but that will make him feel
4
so
minutes,
much
Josh
better.
to
A
throw
clean
first.
kill
Game on.
on that 72, albeit a somewhat unconventional way. If I'm not mistaken,
74.
and if my eyes don't deceive me, those McCarthy darts look very similar to an old Michael van Gerwen dart.
81.
They look like the same construct. I think they are, you know. They've got the same end to the barrel, the same grip
140.
structure. They've got that little ridge at the top towards the stem, where it's not flush.
60.
I know the ones you're on about, actually. Maybe one of our viewers would be able to help us out with that as well. See if we can get confirmation of that.
We do have somebody tuning in today who is a big fan of Josh
45.
McCarthy. Joe Wheeler's out there, someone who I've had a few tweets from over the last few years. Hope you're well, Joe. He's supporting Josh today.
59.
And apparently he's always called Josh Button Up, as he used to always have his buttons done up to the very top on his shirt. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I think he's done the same today.
58.
Very smart, Josh. Very smart. We've also had some more nickname suggestions. One of them was absolutely awful. Somebody said you should call Richard North the Marmalade Man. I've got no idea why, but why on earth would you call someone the Marmalade Man? What's he going to do on the walk-on? Give everybody a little tub of marmalade?
Going down the Steve Hine approach of handouts there. Steve Hine, the Muffin Man, used to give out muffins. I remember gave one to Wayne Mardle, who wasn't too appreciative of the muffin, was he? And he ended up throwing it down on the Winter Gardens floor.
That's in the 8, but only just. Is this in the tops?
Game shot on the 4th leg.
How well did he use that
Josh
guide?
McCarthy.
He forgot about the centre of the bed, and he said, I'm going to hit that flight, nestles it underneath for a 3-1 lead.
5th leg, it's Danny.
And this is a lead he does deserve,
Game on.
because Danny Smith is again averaging 73. Did it? In his first game against Mark
100.
Graham, and funnily enough, to the decimal point, 73.97 before that visit was his average in match 3, and it was in the first 4 legs of this match.
We have a tweet.
48.
Tweet from Phil Bars, who lets us know. He says they are in fact 25-gram MVG darts. So you are correct with that observation.
100.
Got to be right now and again. As far as Danny's concerned, his best average of the day came against Richard North in a 5-leg contest where he touched an 85, but only got 1 leg.
44.
Some of the critics out there might say that his average was inflated because of the brilliance of Richard North, not giving him many shots at a double.
57.
He only had 2 in that 7th game of the day. Here he's already had 6. But Josh has had 16. That in itself tells a story.
26.
But the story of Josh's day is that he only wins when it goes the distance. So if that's to be followed, Danny Smith's going to win the next 2 legs. And then Josh is going to win
50.
leg 7.
Well, with darts like this from Josh McCarthy, it could well do that. 48, 44, 26 in this leg. He's thrown 9 darts and has only just got out of the 400s.
I remember when I was growing up that my goal was always to get under 300 after 9. I always graded that by 2 scores of 60 and an 85 plus. Nowadays, when you get to this standard, you always want to be on 161 or better after 9, right?
Or to the point where you're setting the shot up, realistically.
Ideally, you want to be on a finish after 9, or you want to be on something like 204. You've got a realistic chance of maybe leaving a 2-dot or even a double after 4 visits. But that's the standard that you get used to when you've played at levels like you and I have.
Joshua require 158.
This would be some way to get things done.
Yeah, look completely out of the leg after 9 darts. If you can find just 1 treble on this visit, will set himself up for a good opportunity.
58. Then he requires 78.
Biggest finish of the day is 120, and it came in his previous game. Danny's was 150.
66.
Maybe what
Joshua
he said about those darts
100.
feeling just a little bit heavy today because of a bit of pressure in his arm. Maybe that's why the darts are going low. Does Josh go high? No, he doesn't go for the 2 double tops.
60.
He did mention,
Danny
didn't he? It
required
felt like
12.
Danny Smith plays better when his darts are pitched above the treble and he's struggling to get that range.
Game shot on the 5th
The range
leg.
perfectly down the
Danny
outside of the
Smith.
board there for the double 6 and the points, but he seems to be flexing, seems to be moving that arm
See if
around a
it's
little
Josh
bit.
to throw
Just-
first. Game on.
We're trying to get a little bit of a stretch into the shoulder.
Yeah, that says to me that if he's flattening that hand towards the back of the room, it means that there's
60.
something in the rotation part of the shoulder that is not right.
see the grimace as he's throwing the darts.
59.
A lot of the time, people say they have like trapped nerves and things, but it's virtually impossible for the nerve to trap between the bone. It tends to trap between the muscle. And when you think about the amount of time he's been playing, if you're not maintaining that with any sort of stretchers, or traditionally dart players have no form of a cool down, it's just chuck the darts in and off I go, that there might even be a case that
60.
between the muscle in the shoulder, there's just a nerve trapment, which you see he's struggling with the extension.
How many dart players do you know that do warm downs?
None.
That's what's got to change for me over the next 5 or 6 years. The recovery process and the warm-up process. I've seen dart players with injuries, and the reason they get injuries is because they don't have the right kind of recovery process.
100.
Darts is an explosive movement as well. You're going from a static position to a high explosive delivery of energy, to go from the stillest position you can to project an object nearly 8 feet.
95.
McCarthy now has maybe 6 darts to take care of business.
96.
He does
Joshua
have 6 darts.
138.
I like the 19s play here. Even if he doesn't get the treble, he could get another single 19. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure he was thinking of getting the bullseye. He was more focused on the 25.
84.
But that'll do.
$58.
I think the man who's been dishing
Joshua
out the
McGuire,
brownies today is
54.
about to be beaten by a blondie. Double top. Very tidy in the end. If you look at how many darts at double he had, it was 17, and he missed most of those in the first couple of legs of this match, but ultimately he was too strong. 79.18 the average, and there you see 17 darts at the double, missing 13, but towards the end he was a lot tidier than that percentage really does tell you. Danny continues to struggle today, and he will have one more match against Reece Colley in match 13. When we come back, we've got 1/3 of our action still to come, and we got Reece Colley and Richard North up next. That could be interesting.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a day it's panning out to be so far for Josh McCarthy. 4 games played, 3 wins on the board. He finds himself on 6 points. Richard North is the man at the top of the table on that mark. He can move on to 8 if he gets the better of Reece Colley, who himself can move on to 6 with a win here. Who's going to win this starting duel then? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson, Matthew Egger, all yours, chaps.
Thanks, Henry. An intriguing one it is. But what is even more intriguing for me is that the non-fancy Josh McCarthy is now on 6 points with Richard North. But Richard has this game in hand against Reece Colley, who, if he wins, he'll go to 6 points. And at that point, you would have a 4-point gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3. Your thoughts on today so far after 10 games, Matthew Edgar?
Well, you said the non-fancied Josh McCarthy, and how often are we seeing this at the moment where the biggest outsider of the group actually comes through and wins it?
Okay,
Reminds
first
me
leg,
of
it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
some of the stories you had last year. Chris Mason, 50-1 outsider, went on to win it. Adam Warner, 50-1 outsider, went on to win it. Adam Mould.
97.
Lee Budgeon this week. Big outsiders that have gone on to win it. Josh McCarthy was the rank outsider of this group at 9-1.
26.
Right now, that price looks a little bit of value.
40.
That's the miss for Reece Colley that we've mentioned, that drag into the 5. And I hasten to say, you can't do it against Richard North when he's playing this way.
39.
So far today, he's averaged 91.24 against Jared Cole, 81.36 against Josh McCarthy, where he didn't really have to play it that well. And then 96.2, a group best average.
48.
And that was against Danny Smith. But you have to say that maybe 2 of the stiffest tests for Richard North will come in his final 2 games. And I think Reece Colley has left double 2 for one reason and one reason only, because he doesn't miss it. I've just set him up to miss it. But he doesn't, of course.
First leg, Reece Colley.
Fantastic 13 darter. I'm going to start calling him Mr. Double 2.
Second leg,
ironic
Richard to throw
because
first.
I think a game or 2 ago you did mention, I wonder how long it's before we see Reece Colley actually set up a double 2 rather than it be a breakdown of shots he's missed previously.
140.
It has now got to that point of the day.
Well, he's not missing that treble 20 much either. He's got 2 180s in the first leg. And he's looking to settle the weak score with Richard North. Colley beat him on Monday by 4 legs to 1.
180.
But since then, as Richard North gets his first 180 of the match, Richard has beaten him 8 legs to 1. 4-0 on Tuesday, then 4-1 yesterday. I think lines are being drawn in the sand as if to say, right,
50.
we know how good we are, let's have a bit of a Brahma.
And this is Richard North's most consistent day.
140.
Consistent day
Richard,
in terms of
131.
the high level of performance. High level of performance capped off with a 96 average when he
91.
beat Danny Smith 4-1, a 149, a 117 finish in that match. Looks like he's wanting to carry this on as well, looking for a 13 darter of his own.
42. Richard, you require 40. Game shot on the second
No
leg.
messing whatsoever.
Richard North.
These guys are firmly warmed up and delivering a great paced match, full of quality.
Feel like it's Reece to throw first.
You mentioned that Reece Colley, Jared Cole had potential to be match of the day. That could soon be overtaken.
60.
If this continues like this, 13 darters, 3 180s.
While I remember about it, because
60.
we were talking about outside shots like Chris Mason and Adam Warner. Has anybody found Adam Warner's dart, by the way?
No, and if you are new to this
60.
story, Adam Warner, as part of his mass celebration, lost one of his darts here and then wasn't able to find it.
Right. We've got to get Detective Columbo out.
180.
He ended up going up to a dart shop nearby him and bought a set of darts for £20, took them to Q School and won a tour card.
It does beg the question, doesn't it, whether he would have got through Q School had he used the other set.
The Adam Warner story is the gift that keeps giving.
When this session is over, I might actually go and try and find it. You think I'm kidding? I think I am. I'm curious as to whether it's still here. Oh, he's hit this already this week with 2 treble 16s and tops.
56.
Do you know what? Now he's missed the first dart, because I've not seen him miss the first dart on that route. Makes a bit more sense. Because if he hits the 16, he can then go treble 20, single 20 to leave the tops.
Don't accuse Richard North of being stupid. We can accuse him of being brilliant, because that was his biggest checkout in his first game of the day, and it's a checkout that gives him the lead here with a break in leg 3.
Game on.
Is he the immovable object all of a sudden in Group C?
95.
If he goes on to win Group C, this could be a week for the Strawberry Blondes, because I think there was a hint of that about Lee Budgeon when he won Group A.
If he goes on to win Group C, I might try and find a different exit from the venue so I don't have to go through the Players' Lounge, because it would probably take us as long as we've watched Richard North throw in the darts to listen to him tell us about every dart he has thrown.
If he wins this week, we're going to create a new television show for you on Sporty Stuff TV. It's called Good Morning Darts Fans with Richard North, because his interview will take from 2 o'clock in the morning till about 8:30.
99.
So it's going to be Good Morning Darts Fans. And if you watch the whole show, it'll probably finish with Good Night Darts Fans.
Here's your host, Richard North, and your guest, Richard North.
You're unsure what we're talking about, just go back to Monday and look at the interview between Paul Nicholson and Richard North, where Paul Nicholson asked one question
54,
and then had to end it with
170.
Thank you, good luck today, Richard.
Pretty much it.
130.
Both on a 170 finish. Reece gets the ideal approach, but Richard's looking for the biggest of the week. He might get it. We held our breath.
81.
He is responsible for the biggest one this week of 167. Double 9. What a guide.
Game
what a hit.
on the 4 flag.
This
Reece
is a
Colley.
very, very good darts match. A break straight back for Reece.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw.
He's someone who has
Game on.
gotten himself through Group C before. He knows how to do it. He knows how to pace himself through it. And after a dodgy start today, where he averaged 79, he's been sensational since then.
96.
We've had 5 180s in this game, and we've only got 4 legs completed. Earlier on,
100.
he was on a 9-dart attempt, and he was 4 deep there.
$100.
Yeah, I think we've got our strong contender, a candidate here for Game of the Day. Not only a good standard, but a good pace, a really enjoyable watch. A watch that you can't really predict either way.
Doubles-wise, North has not missed one. 2 from 2. And Reece Colley's not exactly shabby on 50%. 2 hits from 4 attempts. That takes care of 44.
64.
And that's the 64 trimmed off. Surely this game's going to go the distance.
71.
I'm really enjoying this
100.
one.
Now, the play here really is 60 for double 10, 60. I feel. I knew I was wrong, 42. But I felt that going the 60 there was the right play with Richard on 142. I didn't think he was gambling. But it's tops. Oh, he was right to go double top, because he wasn't going to get another look. That was absolutely incredible from North. I love that route for a
See if it is
142,
Richard
but
to
he's
throw
going to like it even
first.
more because
Game
he's the
on.
one that hit it.
He is on it today, isn't he? It's brilliant. And it's consistently
70.
brilliant as well. It's not just flashes of brilliance. When he's not at his brilliant best, he's throwing a good level of par level consistency.
3 from 3 on the
59.
doubles. Some high outs today. He's had a 105, a 149, a 142.
130.
117.
100.
You've got to take that confidence and run with it. And when you've won 3 from 3, you think to yourself, make it 4 from 4, make it 5 from 5.
85.
I can't remember how long it's been, but I do remember, I think it was Kevin Burness. About a year and a half ago,
60.
he got 20 points from Group C. Don't think it's happened that often. I know Josh Payne's had 18 a couple of times,
95.
which is only 1 defeat.
I'd be surprised if we see it in this group, though, because I just think the level of competition
60.
is so tight here.
Richard, you require 121.
Richard North is certainly going the right way about it. He's finding brilliance when he needs brilliance.
That 142 has changed
105.
everything about this game. Just before he hit that, I was thinking 7 legs, where North would
80.
have to win leg 6
Richard,
just
you
to take us
require
the distance.
16.
Now he's got double 8 to win 4-2. And when he
Game
does,
shot and
and
a
stops Reece
match,
Colley in the process
Richard North.
of getting a shot at what he hit in the previous leg, that was amazing from Richard North at times, and it's another incredible performance on the outer ring. That's not the first time he's gone this week completely perfect as well. He did it yesterday, and he's done it today as well. That is a huge message, not only to the people in Group C, but to everybody else that is playing in Week 12. Well done, Richard. You've got one more game left later, and that will be against Mark Graham in Game 15. We have one more game left in this round, and it will be Mark Graham and Jared Cole after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Richard North has made it 4 for 4 on the opening day of Group C and puts himself now in a very good position to get through to Saturday night's final. You can guarantee yourself being here at Saturday night's final. Tickets are free and available via dartshop.tv. Why don't you head down to the live lounge in Portsmouth for a unique darting experience? Well, next up for us, it's the final game of round 4 today. It sees Mark Graham up against Jared Cole. And in the commentary box, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Not only a very good presenter for us, but an amazing treasure hunter, because he has informed me that he found the dart belonging to Adam Warner. He hasn't yet told me if it's been returned to said PDC Tour card holder now, but he's found the dart. Means I've got nothing to do this afternoon, Matt.
To throw first. Game on.
These guys have got plenty to do with 2 games to go. Points are at a premium.
I've just been told that actually it's in the production room at the moment.
40.
So Adam doesn't want it back then.
No, I don't think he's that bothered anymore. We're on a tour card with a different set of darts. He probably prefers them ones now.
Yeah, but that's part of a set of a winning week.
Possibly a winning week that was very big for his career, because he mentioned what the prize money meant to him at that point in time.
94.
Well, I think he said it more than tripled his net worth when he won the £5,000 here.
I wouldn't mind winning a tournament that's triple my net worth.
59.
I don't think there's any tournaments out there for about 500 quid.
I was going to say, I don't know if there's any tournaments that fit yours, is there? Does the wardrobe you've got? Spoke about shirts the other day. He was like, yeah,
25.
£100 shirt.
Got it on sale.
I wouldn't pay £100 for a week's worth of clothes. Never mind one shirt that's in the sale.
85.
I have no comment. Does that say that your most expensive shirt is your dart shirt?
No, I got that for free, so...
83.
You're killing me here, Edgar. Well, these guys are going to be a bit richer by the end of the week. Hopefully. The one guy that is
90.
currently guaranteed for Saturday night is Lee Budgeon, and he's guaranteed £375 for making Saturday night. Get the win. It will be £5,000.
76.
And Saturday night is something that these guys know something about. Jared has won on a Saturday night. He's owned a week before by winning a Group A and then getting the title on the Saturday. Whereas Mark Graham, when he was here with us previously in 2022, qualified through Group C, but didn't get through to the semi-finals.
I believe it's actually gone up. I think it's £500 for getting through. I think 375 was the old money.
Ah, I see. I'm behind the times.
But
Jared's not.
The first leg.
He's got to break a throw in 17 darts to start this challenge. And you'd have to say, of everybody in this group so far, he's played the best in getting only 2 points.
Yeah, it's a harsh return for him, isn't it? -1 leg, which he's now got to 0 with a 1 leg he's won there against Mark Graham, and 2 points.
60.
He's in a position now where he's got 1 life left by my rule of you can lose 3. And it's not because he's not performed today. His last game he lost to Reece Colley at 94.48 average. Did beat Danny Smith with a 93, and then he opened with defeat to Richard North, which the way this group's panned out is looking like something that everybody might be doing.
These guys do have something in common, because they both played at Lakeside last April, which was won by someone who was second last Saturday night in Neil Duff. The winner of that night, of course, was Johnny Haynes.
125.
It's the right thing to do on 303. Going south, 171 is plan A. And he doesn't get to a finish because of that collision. Even a single 19 would have left him a very large fish that I'm sure Jared Cole could cook up really
60.
nice. How much are you looking forward to seeing Fallon Sherrick later?
I think the opening game, Fallon and John Henderson's quite a
95,
mouth-watering tie, actually. I think that's
157.
going to have lots of different angles that we can look at and lots of different questions that I'm sure they're both going to want to give us the instant answers to.
Jared left frustrated with
19.
that first and second
Mark
and
Maguire,
third dart.
94.
Now, what does he do here? Is he going double 18? Well, I think that's the right call because, like I said earlier on today,
54.
when
Jared
someone's a
Maguire,
138, I think you should
38.
go treble instead of double-double. It has to be spectacular to take the leg. And it might be again.
126.
Just like that 142 from North in the
Mark
previous
Maguire,
match.
40.
Mark Graham lives again.
Game shot on the second leg. Mark Graham.
Sounds a bit like a horror movie, doesn't it? Mark Graham lives again, a bit like Freddy. Or Jason from Friday the 13th.
Throw first.
That's
Game
not the 13th. Tomorrow's the 27th. I hope you can join us on Friday the 27th to see 2 more sessions again. And tomorrow we will finalise the Week 12
60.
finals lineup.
Just looking ahead to that Group B, actually, you mentioned about Fallon Sherrick being in that group, and if this was last year,
93.
and you asked me how excited am I for seeing him in that group, I'd probably say she wouldn't have got through it because the form last year just wasn't there. And even going into the
40.
World Championships, you had big question marks and doubts over her, but it's like that game with Ricky Evans has just turned everything for her again. Going back to the Alexandra Palace and playing in the World
140.
Championships, because at Q School, I remember going into the last day and she was in that position, that yellow position, where she could give a tour card if someone above her already won it, and she still had the opportunity to put
60.
points on the board as well, and she had a 98 average in losing to Rob Collins, and then played well on the challenge draw as well, a couple of last 16 runs there. So the first game there against John Henderson, he's going to know he's not got it all his own way. We've not seen the best from Sean Griffiths for a while. We know Niall Cullerton's got a tendency to be a little bit inconsistent. And
60. Jared
we know she's got the game to challenge
128.
Ryan Palmer. So I actually think she gets through this group tonight.
Yeah, I think she'll make it as well, whether it's in first, second or third. As for Jared,
96.
13 data has been on the menu, shall we say, today quite a few times.
180.
we've had a few of those as well.
Jared required 32.
Like there's only one player who hasn't had a maximum today, and that's Danny
Games
Smith.
on the third leg. Jared's
Jared's got 2 legs in this contest, though. And he has more than Mark Graham currently. And he had more than him at Lakeside back in April as well. Mark lost out
Game on.
in the last 48 to Dave Prinz. Lost by 2-0 with a 79.66 average.
45.
But Jared Cole started the tournament beating Martin Adams on the Saturday afternoon by 2-0. That was a landmark victory for Jared. And that wouldn't be all.
95.
He went on to beat Anthony Allen as well by 3-0 before he eventually ran into the #1 seed for the tournament in Brian Roman of Belgium.
140.
He actually went into that event as one of the qualifiers, so they had like a knockout, didn't they, to determine a couple of places to see who could get in the event. I believe there's one over in the UK and one in Europe.
121.
Jared Cole, one of the winners of the UK ones, and you got to say, Jared Cole, Martin Adams, that's a tie that you could have said had potential to be the final, never mind the preliminary sort of first round stage.
It would have been a very brave person to have predicted Thibaut Tricol. I had to go full on French with that one. Up against Neil Duff in the final, but
45.
I think Neil Duff would admit that he did deserve to win that whole tournament in the end, but maybe he shouldn't have even got past Jim McEwen. He was 3-0 down in that
60.
match in sets. What a comeback that was. The power of positive thinking. That's what got him that title.
140.
When you listen to his
Jared
interview
required
afterwards, you'd
116.
even say that potentially it was the law of attraction was in play in that situation.
60.
That's a good 60.
Mark, you require
If
100.
there is such a thing in the sport. It's got to be 5.19s now. And Jared has a chance of 3-1.
Jared, you require 56.
There have been a few errors in this leg from both players.
16.
And there's one more there from JC.
Mark, you require 16.
One of the most popular acronyms in the sport amongst the elite. How about MG? Is he motoring to 2-2?
8.
He's not.
Jared, you
That
require
frustration
40.
on the miss, I think, comes down to the realisation of the situation. This is match number 4. He's only got 2 points on the board at the moment. He
Game
might
shot
only have 2 points on the board come the
Jared
end.
Cole.
Because Jared Cole is going to restrict the opportunities, going to limit what Mark Graham is going to get chances at.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Mark Graham does
Game
lose
on.
this. He'll be on a negative leg difference. He's already on -3. Obviously, that will grow if he loses to Jared Cole. Jared Cole would go join
100.
Reece Colley and Josh McCarthy. Well, just Reece Colley, sorry, on 4 points. Josh McCarthy already on 6. Before we go into our final round of fixtures, where Jared Cole would play
119.
Josh McCarthy, and we could get that situation where the top 2 that we predicted at the start actually end the day top 2, despite the back-to-back defeats for Jared Cole today.
42.
Just how happy would Jared be with 6 points if that was to materialise?
He's played in this at least 97
90.
times now, so he knows all about this system and everything that you need in a group. He'll know the sort of 3 live rule of get to 14 points.
38.
Of course, you want to win every game. You want to do what Richard North's doing. You want to do it the easy way. But Jared Cole would have done this the easy way, the hard way, the high road, the low road. He'd have took all of them before.
Well, Jared is a
70.
player that has, in the past, admittedly not in this studio, in this format, he has gone 2 consecutive days without defeat. That was when he won a Group A last year. He won all of his games on Monday, all of his games on
45.
Tuesday, and he had a smattering of wins on the Wednesday, even when he didn't need them. He knows that when he gets ahead of steam, he does not look back.
And Mark Graham looking a
83.
little bit rattled here, which is the first time I've seen this from him, actually. I've never seen him sort of react. You can see the reactions all over the face there after the 5, and I think this just comes down to,
44.
again, what we were saying before about those
139.
misstarts at the double. It's what he put his Romanian experience down to, and he's missed a couple of important shots today, and it sort of just rubs off on your whole game. If you feel you can't close legs out,
99.
you just feel a bit anxious about the rest of it.
What an amazing dart that was from Jared to leave tops. And he's restricted, to use your word from
58.
earlier, Matt,
Jared, you require 40.
Mark Graham to 4 darts at a double in this match. Double 10.
20.
Mark's not going to get any with 174. And here's the degree of comfort that Jared has had in this game. He's had 11 darts at double.
54.
And he's
Jared,
got
you
more
require
incoming
20.
to finish the job. To finish round 4. To be on 4 points.
Game
Very
shot
well
of the
done.
match.
And Mark Graham is
Jared
left
Cole.
frustrated. I don't blame him. He's on 2 points in 5th position in the table. And he's got himself a little deficit to the 3rd and 4th places. But only 2 players will go through this group. And the last round of matches that we have for you today, one more match per player, will tell us where they stand overnight. But 84.99 was enough. And 1 in every 3 darts at double was enough also for Jared Cole. Don't go too far. We will be back with Reece Colley and Danny Smith finishing off their campaign for Thursday.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 4 rounds down in our day, and it is Richard North who is the man at the top of the table, having won each and every single one of his fixtures so far. He is on 8 points, but he has a chasing pack in and amongst him. That is headed at the minute by Josh McCarthy, who's won 3 out of his 4 fixtures so far. Well, we begin the final round of the day with the meeting between Reece Colley and Danny Smith. It's their 4th renewal this week. Who's going to take the spoils in this one? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar in commentary.
Thank you, Henry. 4th meeting of the week for these two, both involved in Group A, of course. But the 23-year-old from Dudley has had the better of the action today, picking up 4 points from a possible 8. As for Danny, it hasn't gone his way at all. A somewhat disappointing day that is so far winless.
Okay, first leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
He was in the same position and he won his last game against a fancied Hendo. What can he do with game 5 today?
I'm still concerned about the comment that the darts feel 100 grams, the fact that he's visibly trying to find a grip point on the darts and at times wincing when he throws. I think it could be a spot of bother here from a Reece Colley that has really grown as the day's gone.
Yeah, that first dart really has improved throughout the course of the day.
Some
good performances as well. And let's not forget that when he played in game 11 against Richard North, he didn't do a great deal wrong. He still lost in 6 legs.
41.
I think Reece has got to be a heavy favourite to win this game.
Oh, massive. Before the off, he was 2-5 favourite, and you've got to say that probably still feels like a little bit of value. He was 4-9 this morning, so there's not been too much of a move on
60.
him.
I think one of the reasons why that price may have stayed where it is because of Danny's win against John Henderson in game 5 yesterday.
140.
But I want you guys to keep an eye on something for me. I may be wrong, but a lot of the hits now for Reece are in the left
59.
half of the treble 20.
100.
Single 20 will leave tops.
60.
And every dart there was in the left half. I know I might be picking nits here, but it's something I've noticed over the course of the last 4 days.
Reece require 40.
He doesn't tend to hit a lot of ones. He does miss its left.
Game shot the first leg. Reece Colley.
Tidy 17 darter, and if he maintains that standard, Danny Smith does not win this game because at no point today has he averaged over 85 in a complete match.
I've got a interesting thought pattern, actually. Yesterday we spoke about Danny Smith and said about him trying to round up potential players to go to the local open in the evening. I wonder if he actually went. And if he went, has he overdone the amount of darts that he can handle? And now we're seeing the result of somebody who's just completely fatigued.
You and I completely, understand what I'm about to say. 25 games of best of 7 over the course of 5 days, minimum, when you start on Monday morning. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for playing local darts and supporting your local leagues, but when you're here, give this precedence and take a week off. If you played 5 games on Wednesday and then we played local league at night time, that for me is an error. I'm all about the recovery, Matt, you know me. When you've played 5 bruising matches, and especially when you've lost, don't go hunting for victories elsewhere.
Absolutely. It's not just the physical, it's the mental energy as well. I said earlier on in the week that if mental energy wasn't a thing, you'd be able to drive a van all day. You wouldn't have to pull over, and your lorry, you wouldn't have to pull over and have your scheduled breaks by law.
85.
When you think about that, all you're doing is sat in a chair, turning a wheel. It's not... So that can't be said, oh, well, dart players aren't running around, or, you know, the weight of the darts aren't that heavy. It's... We just purely put it down to mental rather than physical.
125.
Imagine driving and having to change your right-hand wing mirror every 3 or 4 seconds. It's pretty much the same. There is a physical exertion when it comes to throwing darts.
134.
You're on your feet a lot.
Which require 95.
That's why a lot of dart players get sore knees and sore ankles. Gonna go double-double.
57. Danny require 84.
Can Danny take a leg early in this match? Both darts falling to his left
43.
in the same vein
Which
as
requires
Reece Colley's
38.
misses earlier. But he's got double 19. He
Game
left
shot
it.
in the second leg.
It was a
Reece
somewhat
Colley.
curious leave, but it works.
I was just about to question Reece Colley there and say, if he doesn't go for double 19, if he
Third against
splits
Reece to
this,
throw first.
what on earth
Game
was that
on.
last start about when he had 19 on the 57? I think he just didn't want to work the maths out. Because actually, if he'd have moved over to the 17s and left tops, that's a more favourable
100.
double for him. I think he just carried on in the area because that was the train of thought he had at the beginning.
But then again, he does like the low doubles.
He loves double
60.
2, doesn't he?
He can't have missed it that many times this week. I'm just looking through Danny Smith's games today. He got 3 legs from Mark Graham
57.
in match 3. No legs against Cole. 1 leg against North. And 2 against Josh McCarthy. So only once has he taken
69.
an opponent to leg 7. It's been a really frustrating day for him, where he's only picked up a grand total
44.
of 6 legs.
$98.
What would a big victory mean for Reece Colley, who sits on 4 points here and +3? So his leg difference is okay at the minute. But if he can swell that
100.
by 3 or 4, he would be in a really good attacking position for tomorrow. But I suppose you'd have to say, he
100.
wouldn't mind a favour from Mark Graham in the last game of the day to pick off Richard North and stop him from getting to 10.
I think the way Richard North's playing today, though, that's a big
100.
ask. He's playing very well.
So on the other side of the coin, what he'd rather have is Jared Cole beating Josh McCarthy. Or would he?
59. Richard require
Based on the
100.
threat level of Cole, does he want Cole to be kept at bay? Another double top.
80.
Just ran out of
Danny
room.
require 115.
So many questions, so many possibilities, and that's why I like these 2-day groups. Quick, sharp, exciting, but a missed big number for Danny Smith.
75.
And it is not happening for Danny today. It could
Richard
be a clean
require
sweep for
20.
defeats.
There is a very famous saying in Australia. When something like that happens, it's not happy Jan. Well, it's not happy Dan.
Game shot in the
Because he's
third
3-0
leg.
down.
Reece Colley.
I think he's got the right shirt on today. Desperate Dan. That's how he's going to be feeling. He has lost a game 4-0
Fourth leg
today.
is
That
Danny
was
to
game
throw
number
first.
5. It was to Jared Cole. Jared Cole did throw a near 94 average in that. Reece Colley isn't up there. He's only just a fraction over the
45.
80 mark. But right now it is more than enough to suggest this one could be 4-0 as well.
I think it might be, judging by that first visit of Danny. It looked
140.
very, very difficult. All 3 darts under-delivered. And when he's trying to correct the weight of the dart, he's throwing with some real
140.
grimace in there. I'll give him his full credit. He's giving everything he's got.
He's fighting till the very, very end. There will be no white flag. There will be no throwing in of the towel from Danny Smith.
60.
You just feel whatever he's got's just not enough to turn this around against Reece Colley.
It's a bit like that movie Independence Day, isn't it? When Will Smith says,
59.
there ain't no fat lady. And Jeff Goldblum says, you're obsessed with the fat lady. He doesn't want to give up. He doesn't want the fat lady to sing.
96.
But if he loses this leg, or indeed one more in this contest, we don't think that 10 points is enough to get through tomorrow, even if he won all 5 tomorrow.
57.
So he would be out of the running.
Yeah, 10's not going to be enough by a long way. I mean, Richard North's already on 8. He's got a game still to go.
60.
Josh McCarthy plays Jared Cole, so one of them's going to be either on... They're both going to be on 6, or one's going to be on 8, the other one on 4. So, yeah, 10's not going to be enough.
58.
He loses this, he's gone.
Reece, you require 145.
Oh, he's got 45 first. He's just showing a little bit more creativity over the last couple of days, isn't he? And I like it.
113.
I think he's got a bit of
Danny
breathing room here, though, or
142.
feels he has, so he can just go the way that he wants to go rather than the way he feels he has to go.
I sense the end is nigh.
100. Reece, you require 32.
That's exactly what Reece wants, because if this goes in, he'll finish Thursday on 6 points and +7. A tricky double 8 with flights in his road. That doesn't matter. He bends it like Beckham. Or should I say, bends it like Agbonlahor around the wall. And he does get himself a day where he wins more than he loses. And his leg difference is very healthy too. It's one of the best in the table. The pain is over for Danny for Thursday. He will return, but just for pride. And it was not the first game today where he didn't get a dart at a double, unfortunately. But Reece, well done. Good day. Will we be saying the same about Josh McCarthy and Jared Cole? Because they play the penultimate match after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just 2 more games to go here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we've just seen Reece Colley round off his day with a comprehensive 4-0 victory against Danny Smith. That moves him up to 2nd position in the table on 6 points. It's getting rather crowded now, isn't it, at the top end of the table. Next up for us, it is Jared Cole up against Josh McCarthy. And that's going to be viewed in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you once again. I think Jared Cole has got one thing on his mind. He'd like to do exactly what Reece Colley's just done. And that would rescue what has been a very trying day. Whatever happens here for the 26-year-old Josh McCarthy, I think he's going to be very happy with at least 6 points, but he still has a chance of 8. If he gets a win against the 22-year-old from Hertfordshire, I think he's got probably about 4 more points than I thought he would get today.
I think this one, when we look at the shape of the group and the way in which it goes, I think this is quite a big game.
Game on.
We're getting to that halfway point of the group now. This is the 5th game for players. Jared Cole's already lost 2 matches. I think this is bigger for Jared than it is Josh.
43.
Jared loses this. There'll be 2 players on 8 with Jared stuck on 4, and Reece Colley will also be on 6. If Jared loses this, the bookies' favourite will certainly be out the running for winning the group.
45.
I concur, and we can't forget about the fact that these guys will play each other twice in about 20 hours.
100.
This will be their first fixture tomorrow as well. So if Jared can do the double, he would get to 8 points and he would restrict
85.
Josh to 6. That in itself means that this fixture is the biggest fixture that Jared's got so far.
100.
Bare minimum, he must beat Josh McCarthy at least once. But based on what you've told me already today about the 3-loss thing, I've got a funny feeling he's got to beat him twice, because he's going to be up against Colley and North tomorrow, who have got their tails up.
140.
One thing to always be a little bit alarmed about is that opening game of Reece Colley, but when you look at the fixture list, it's probably worked out quite nice for him. The fact he's going to start off against Danny Smith, who
77.
Danny Smith's
Jared
form
Record,
today's anything to
180.
go by, and for the last couple of days, where he's only had 1 win in his last 2 days, that's probably the perfect time fixture there for Reece Colley.
78.
I absolutely agree. Has Reece Colley actually won any of his first games this week? He didn't today. He did win his first game on Monday against John Henderson, but didn't win on Tuesday and
57.
Wednesday. So
You require 40.
that's a slide he wants to arrest.
Game shot in the first leg.
But as far as
Jared
Josh
Cole.
McCarthy's concerned, that is the first leg gone. But in every game like this, you have to see the first leg against
Second
the
leg is
darts
Josh to throw
as a
first.
bonus
Game
chance
on.
to get yourself in front. Now he must defend and then attack in leg 3.
Yeah, going back to Monday, that game for Reece Colley.
100.
Beat John Henderson. He hit 3 180s in that game, but only just scraped into the 80 average mark. Which
90.
tells you, despite the 3 180s, there must have been a lot of trebleless visits in there to sort of mix around it.
That term really has
58.
taken on its own little stat group now, hasn't it? The dual trebleless visit.
60.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that stat. I think it tells you a lot about the game, because we can look at the big power stats and the numbers, but a lot of the time, both players hit the big stuff. It's the bits in between. It's
60.
like 2 bricklayers turning up and they've got the bricks, but one's got some mortar. You know which wall you're going to want to stick with.
99.
Reminds me of a walk-on song that used to be used by Martin Schindler. Used to walk out to
45.
Another Brick in the Wall by Pink Floyd. And then he's got something by Rammstein these days, which is a little bit more fierce.
85.
Jared's got a nice little brand going, hasn't he? With the nickname King of the Castle. His walk-on song is called King of My Castle, I think.
58. Jared, you require 167.
He's taking on the McDarter, Josh McCarthy.
You're not letting that go, are you?
130.
Well, that's surrendering the opportunity of a big out and just focusing on the points and the legs along the way. That was really intelligent from Jared.
55.
He's got
Jared, you
Josh
require
exactly where he
32.
wants him.
Game
16
shot on the
darters in
second leg.
both legs so far,
Jared Cole.
result in an average just shy of 94. And at no point today has Josh been able to maintain that level throughout an entire game.
Third leg is Jared to throw first. Game on.
maintain. That's something that we said about Jared Cole. The reason I thought he'd win this group originally, because he can maintain a good level of performance. The lowest he's gone today is 86. And when we look across to stats such as his Challenge Tour rankings, is around about the 86.
60.
But the reason it's so impressive is because his highest average is 93. So his height is 93, but he's still on the 86. That just tells you what everything I've been saying this week. Like when people have a 95 average and an 80 average, and you go, oh, they're average 87 for the week. And it's like, no, they're competitive in half the matches and they're not in others.
80.
That sort of stat and that sort of line that doesn't waver very much, like Jared Cole has got, says in a group like this, he'll be competitive in every single one of his matches.
Not just that, but when he won 4-0 against Danny Smith in Game 5,
90.
guess what he averaged? 93.94 for 4 legs, and that's what he was averaging after 2 legs in this contest. That's his level when he's playing really good, consistent stuff.
100.
It's around that 16 to 17 dart mark all the time.
59.
This leg could be 1 or 2 better than that. Highest winning average of the week so far was even 15 darters from Danny Smith. First round of day 1, 100.2. That's a slip. That's not.
44 scored, yeah. 44.
I think he just wants to hit another 16 darter, doesn't he?
140.
He's going to have to wait for Josh to see whether he can take out this.
Something we haven't really considered in this game is these are two players that at the moment are looking quite close on the head-to-head in terms of the challenging
44.
of getting into that
Jared
second
required
position.
32.
If Jared Cole registers a big victory here,
Got to throw this hard.
Game
And
on
in.
the third leg.
It's not the first time he's done that today.
and he looks on course to register that big victory, if he does register a big victory here, not only is he adding legs to his column, but he's taking them away from Josh. This is a double whammy when you play one of your rivals. Let's say he does go on to win this leg, and he does it 4-0. He will go to +6, while Josh goes down to -3. Every leg matters. Even if Josh is to go on to lose this game, he has to keep it as close as he possibly can.
You could even say, taking that one step further, that Jared getting 2 legs off Richard North in the first game of the day could be really important. Instead of losing 4-1 or 4-0, which was possible, just getting those 2 legs might be the separator come this time tomorrow.
$60.
Well, you fancy him to put a leg on the board from this point. 160 points in profit. Plus, he's got 3 darts in his hand.
I wonder how Josh's arm is going to be feeling tomorrow, because he's put in a big effort today. He's already said he's only been practicing for the last couple of weeks. I think he'll be very happy with the result. Just like Jared's result right there, but Josh has still got 6 darts from here.
19 scored, yeah.
And that leaves 126. So by that token, you can see why he went 19s.
58.
This leg is not over.
95.
It might be now.
Josh require 87.
But Jared's probably thinking, between his lugs right now, go on, if you miss this, I'll take that out. Double 5.
77. Jared require
Gets his chance.
107.
And he will get a match dart at tops.
67.
How valuable could that be?
Josh required 10.
Well, you didn't expect it after the first sort of 6-dart exchange. He was a long way back, but he managed to carve out a dart. He might get another. He will.
Score.
He will get 3 more.
Jared, you require 40.
Not just a bonus, but a chance to put a full stop on a day where he's been tested from start to finish. But it's a day
Game shot
where he
of the
finishes on
match,
6 points.
Jared Cole.
And Josh McCarthy will have to settle for 6 points. That means 3 people will be behind Richard North in the table when things are finished. McCarthy, you can see there, only got 2 shots at a double, and maybe the 4-0 scoreline was pretty fair indeed. But for Mark Graham and Richard North, who play in the final game, it's a chance for Northie to put maybe half a foot in Saturday night, because he will have a crack at a perfect day to get 5 wins from 5. If you don't want to miss that, he'll be coming right up after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series with Jared Cole, who's rounded off his day with a win, and it makes things very tight at the top of the Group C table. That is now 3 players on 6 points in that particular table. Our final match of the day sees the man at the top of it, Richard North, and he can't be toppled at the top of the table overnight as he takes on Mark Graham. Richard, who has let his darts do the talking today, will he be able to provide one final win against Mark Graham? It's fair to say it's all yellow on the stage, and in the commentary box, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Loving the Cool Play reference. That's if Cool Play were any good. The reason I say that is because our referee is a huge, huge Cool Play fan. But as for your comment, Henry, for Richard North letting his darts do the talking.
Okay, first leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
I'm trying to say this with a straight face. He has, but he's also let his talking do the talking.
82.
Yeah, Henry's obviously been a little bit further away from the practice room than we have, because from the moment he got here this morning, when I first sat around, was having a chat, I went, oh yeah, I forgot Richard North was in this group, as we just heard his voice coming through the 2 doors that separate us to the practice room.
100.
I think Richard North is an excellent dart player, and he's been the boss of Thursday here in Group C. But he might have missed his calling earlier in life as a town crier.
85.
Or a scat man. Doesn't he have Scatman John as his walk-on song? Or is it that George Ezra tune? He doesn't just flip-flop his darts equipment. He's changed a few nicknames and walk-on songs. I think it's that Shotgun by George Ezra, if I have been informed right.
Yeah, actually, when you say about the changes of nicknames and all the different... If you go to Wikipedia, Wikipedia suggests that Richard North's nickname is the Lionheart.
I can't imagine him walking out to a big stage on horseback.
60.
health and safety rules might have prevented that from ever happening again. The fact I say ever happening again is still baffling to me.
140. Richard, you reckon 126.
We talked a lot about Richard at the start of this match. He might put a full stop on leg number 1 with another ton plus out at the bull. Oh boy, he's just too good today.
Richard North.
Should we just wrap off how many ton plus finishes he's had? Because I've been keeping a record of his best finish per game.
Game on.
North has got a 105, a 149, a 142, a 126, and the amount of performances he's put in with amazing accuracy on the outer ring is starting to get a bit silly. His percentages in each game, 50%,
60.
25% ultimately against Josh McCarthy. He wasn't his best there, but he still won. 80% against Danny Smith. Richard North was 100% against Reece Colley. And right here, he starts with a 1-2-6 out. This is incredible.
At 11:45 p.m. on the 23rd
83.
of January 2021. So a little over 2 years ago, Richard North took to Twitter and said he's going to win a TV major in the next 4 years. He's had 2 years. This was a tweet that was dug out by Mark Webster.
134, Mark, you're 136.
Could we give it this if he wins this week? Could we say that's a TV title?
No, I don't think that's what he meant. I think what he was meaning was something like the match play or the UK Open, when in fact he could actually qualify for the UK Open over the next few weeks. With this kind of form, I'd be surprised, A, if he doesn't try,
60.
and B, if he doesn't get there.
40.
Full credit to Mark Graham, though. We've talked so much about Richard. Not forgetting about this guy. That's a 14-dart reply. He's had a very tough day, has Mark, only getting 2 points from a possible 8.
Delegates Richard to throw first. Game on.
Admittedly, he has slightly underperformed, and some of his opponents have taken full advantage of that.
43.
I put Mark Graham in the last chance saloon here, though. My rule of 3 would be broken if Mark Graham loses this game. He will go to 4 defeats. I think you can have 3.
58.
That only mean you could get a maximum of 12, and that's if he wins all his games. Richard North would already be on 10 at that point.
There are some times where you've got 2 points overnight and you could potentially get yourself to the top. Moreno Blom did it in Super Series 1 miraculously by winning his final 4 matches in a Group C campaign. But I just don't see that happening in this group. Not the way that Reece Colley and Jared Cole are playing on 6 points, and especially the way that Richard North is playing at the top.
Well, the thing is, Reece, Jared and Josh are all on 6, and they've all got to play each other, so one of them has to, well, 2 of them are going to have to go to 8, and one of them's going to have to go to 10.
So by that token, get a move on, Mark.
140.
It's like he can hear you. Putting the foot down on the turbo. 1, 2, 3 and a 140. 2 trebles in the last 2 visits. Good reaction here. We're starting to wonder if anyone could topple Richard North. Well, Mark Graham could. He's averaging nearly 107 in this match.
Intelligent stuff there from Richard, who was communicating with the referee, which is
60.
the only time during the game when he can talk.
137.
But he might go south again. Treble 20 leaves tops.
57. Mark 120.
Mark is hoping that I'm saying something different. Single 20 leaves tops. A 2-1 lead and a break of throw. Oh, that's amazing, that dart.
Mark Graham.
That is a top bin shot. Round the wall, or like a penalty in the top corner. That was a very difficult dart.
Game on.
And he made it look simple.
He's just done to Richard North what Richard North has done to Group C. when the door slightly opens
68.
and you've got to take out one of those tumpless finishers. Mark Graham stepped in and did so. Really, really good shot and keeps his average over the 100 mark. That's what it's taking to challenge against Richard North.
180.
He does not want to lose a game today. It's not like his confidence needs
83.
inflating anymore. But I think he understands that if he has a 4-point buffer tomorrow and plays Mark Graham in the first game and gets a win there, not only does he eliminate Mark Graham, but he'd have a 6-point buffer over everybody. This is the beauty of the reverse fixture system here at the
82.
MODUS Super Series. This game will be followed in Group C tomorrow by this game. And if Richard knows the complexity, which I'm sure he does,
100.
2 wins against Mark Graham and he's got 1 foot in Saturday night.
Yeah, I'd make it in 1 more win after that. I think 14 points is going to be more than enough in
Which
this
you
group.
require 81.
Well, you can see him beating Danny Smith tomorrow. You can
Game
see
on
him
the 4th leg.
possibly
Richard
getting a
North.
3-2 lead because he's just broken straight back. And that look from Mark was as if to say, what have I got to do to get rid of you?
It's Richard to throw
He's just in a rich vein of
Game
form
on.
where nothing bothers him.
11 dart leg. After you've just had the throw broken, to come back with an 11 darter there from Northie. Really quality, high quality darts.
60.
And I'd say that the practice room is gone quiet, but there's probably 2 reasons for that. And one of them is that Richard North on the stage. The other one is probably
100.
because they're just watching thinking, what have we got to do to stop Richard North in this group?
105.
Does like the switch. And you think that's burning a dart, don't you, Matt?
Do not understand that in the slightest. I don't see the benefit. Even if you hit the ball, I do
100.
not see what the benefit there is.
I think he's thinking 180 to leave 156. I've seen him do it with a 105 to start a leg.
26.
But I still think it's a very, very odd way of thinking.
Well, if he had to switch down to, say, the 17s, he could have potentially had a 140 to leave himself a finish, and a 180 would have left him a finish.
43.
Instead, he's minimising his opportunity, forcing 3 perfect darts, rather than giving himself the opportunity where he can miss one.
Speaking of leaving a finish,
125.
thank you for ruining my line there, Richard.
I'd love to know what he was thinking there. And I'm sure, because he watches these back, he'll probably listen to this question and he'll probably come
40.
tell us tomorrow, which we might be able to relay to you. I don't get that, because even the bullseye would have left him a 3-dart combo. He couldn't, a 140, he couldn't have even done it on the ball.
Now that switch to the 25 and bull I get. Because he was on 125.
122.
Had he hit it, he would be sitting on tops now. He'll have to settle for 63, and Mark is just punching smoke here. He's hitting nothing. Not in the regards of his form, because he's played very well in this match, but
63.
it's like he's trying to lay a glove on Northie, and he's got the head movement of Canelo Alvarez. Double top.
43. Mark, you require
This would be rather
123.
poisonous to Richard North. Just shy of a shot of the ball.
55.
I think the rating's on the
Richard
wall
requires
potentially
20.
for Mark in leg 5. Or is it? Or is it?
18.
He said
Mark, you require
potentially.
68.
He's done that again. He's left himself the double 1. Doesn't give him any wiggle room. He might not get any wiggle room.
36.
Oh, big opportunity there
Richard, you
for
require
Mark
2.
Graham. Richard North. I'm not a fan of that play.
He likes the northern doubles. Is that a help or a hindrance?
Game shot on the 5th
what a
leg.
shot.
Richard North.
Just worked his way in. And I think he threw that last start with a bit of venom, just to make sure it wasn't short.
Safe leg is Mark to throw first.
He's got
Game on.
something going with these darts that I haven't seen from him in a while. What's he got his eye on? Dartboard's this way, Richard. See, look the other way.
Maybe he's looking for this competition because
140.
they're all going to be well behind him if he can win one more leg in this match.
Is he expecting an Amazon delivery? He hasn't
60.
ordered some sort of takeaway, has he, for his end of group celebrations?
Them celebrations might be starting very soon.
96.
It would be a day premature, of course, because the group finishes tomorrow. I saw some footage on the internet this morning which made me giggle. There was a basketball referee in America who had something delivered for his dinner on court whilst the game was still going. We are not going to do such things because we've still got action to go.
134.
But Richard could get rid of this game in as little as 6 darts from here.
You say about Richard North starting the celebrations a bit too soon. I wouldn't have been surprised
60.
if Richard North started the celebrations after he beat
131.
Jared Cole in match 1. Sort of character that Richard North is. Guy who's told us he's going to be taking a TV title in the
91.
next couple of years. Great response, though, from Mark Graham. He's himself tops after 12 darts. This is a response
Require 40.
a la Richard North when he came back with that
Game
11
shot
dart
the
leg.
6th flag. Mark Graham.
Really good performance from both. It all comes down to a one-leg shootout.
7th and final leg is Richard to throw first. Game on.
The final match of the day comes with the final leg of the day.
100.
Who will pick up the final points of the day? Regardless of who takes them, Richard North will end the day
100.
top of the table. Will he be top with 8 points or 10?
180.
Perfect timing again from Richard North. That is the second 180 of this match. Both have gone the way of Richard North, but none more important than that last. When you've got the advantage of
43.
throw and you can hit a 180, it's like buying extra darts. It's like giving you those 3 darts on the scoreboard rather than just in
97.
terms of the pattern of play. And that's okay. It's a nice little accident, really. Gets him up on a nice finish, a finish that Mark Graham can't leave, even if he is to find his first max of this match.
135. Richard, you require 124.
A match that might not have many more darts in it.
46.
78 is no gimme. And Mark Graham is applying the pressure. I said perfect timing when Richard North hit a 180. Mark Graham hits his first 180 of the match. And what perfect timing there just to pressure the 78. Pressure? Did I say pressure? What pressure, says Richard North. Sees off the 78 in 2 darts. A really, really good quality game of darts to end the day. With perfect timing, Richard North cranking in a max. Mark Graham cranking in his first max of that match right at the end to leave himself 43, but Richard North offers him no opportunity and no hope, and hope is something Richard North has lots of when we look at the group table. He is perfect today, 5 from 5, 10 points, and he has 1 foot already in Saturday night's final.
And Richard North is the man that we're all going to talk about. A perfect day for him. And you said yesterday you felt there was glimpses about Richard North going into today. Has that even surpassed your lofty expectations for him?
Maybe a little bit. I think he's probably a little bit ahead of where he thinks he was going to be come Thursday. But if yesterday was a little bit of an advertisement as to what was possible, that was a billboard. I think the way that he was put under pressure there by Mark Graham in that last leg, when he hit that maximum to leave 43, he's thinking, I don't want to lose today, but I've got to take the 78 out. And the fact that he did it in 2 just goes to show how much confidence he's got at the minute. He has got to be qualifying tomorrow, and he's going to be so happy with his day's work.
Well, just seeing on the monitor now, Richard North 4 out of 4 on the doubles against Reece Colley in what was probably the game of the day.
It was amazing. That 142 was magnificent. Look where Reece was. He was sitting on a double. He doesn't hit that 1-4-2, and the likelihood is he probably is going to lose that match. He's been finding the right things at the right times. He's had a great day scoring. His doubling today has been sensational. And if he was standing right here, you'd be standing here for at least an hour, getting some sort of
This
essay.
is why you're up here.
Yeah. But a great day. Really happy for him. He's been through quite a lot over the last couple of years with his game. Really trying to find his feet, but with these darts, it seems like he's found something.
Well, let's let the pictures do the talking for Richard North, because this is the group table following the end of the first day's play. As you can see there, he is on 10 points. A perfect day for him. And it's perfectly set up for tomorrow, because you've got Reece Colley, Jared Cole, Josh McCarthy, all there on 6 points.
I hate to say this, but I think Mark Graham's got to beat Richard North in the first game of tomorrow's session. If he doesn't, I don't think he's going to qualify. And there's a melee behind them, all on 6 points. Colley, Cole, McCarthy. I'd probably say, based on the statistics that we've seen today, that Colley and Cole will be the favourites. But don't count out McCarthy, because I think based on the amount of practice he's had at the start of this season and the exposure to big-time darts, I think he'll be very pleased with 6 points.
Exactly, and as he mentioned in the pre-match interview, he hasn't played much darts recently. So for him, he mentioned early on that the first day just maybe acclimatise and then seeing what he can do from there.
He'll have learned a lot about himself today. He was still in the practice room talking to Jared Cole when I was walking up here. And I think he was just taking stock of how he was feeling when the 5 games were over. He's a very intelligent boy anyway. But I think he'll have learned a lot about himself and use that to his benefit for Friday. If he's going to qualify, if he does it, I think it'll be a monstrous achievement, because this is a very talented group.
Could it go down to that middle game tomorrow then between Colley and Cole for second spot?
Could do. I like the positioning of that game. It's not on purpose, because we didn't know what was going to happen with the group table today, but I'm looking forward to that one already.
Indeed, and of course, we've got one more session today. Group B begins tonight. Let's have a look at how the week is shaping out. Of course, we've seen Group C today. We know Lee Budgeon is going to be in Saturday night's final as the winner of Group A. But then tonight, this is a mouth-watering lineup, isn't it? Fallon Sherrock, John Henderson, Noel Cullerton, Ryan Palmer, Sean Griffiths. Pick that.
They've all got their own strengths. I think the only one that has a couple of question marks against him at the minute is Sean Griffiths, maybe. I don't think he's in the best of form. We know that Ryan Palmer is ranked #1 in the southwest region for the amateur darts circuit. That's one of the reasons he's here. And the Lion is absolutely chomping at the bit to get back here for another crack at Group B. We know that Sherrock's in decent nick. We know that Hendo, after a good day's rest, will probably feel great tonight. We hope he does. But I just get the feeling that Cullerton is going to bring some oomph to this group, and that's why it's going to be so watchable.
Let's see whether your thoughts are reflected then on the bookmakers' odds prior to this session getting underway. And remember, it's 18+, begambleaware.org. John Henderson is the 11-8 favourite to win this group, but when you look at the Fallon Sherrock 4-1, is that the one that represents the value?
No, it isn't. It's Ryan Palmer. I think if you look at some of his results over the last few months and the amount of hunger he's got for this game at the minute, he could spring a big surprise. When he came here for his debut, it was an experience mission for him. Now that he's got that, he's played under these tiles, I just get the feeling that 15-2 for him, being the outside bet, is ludicrous. So I think he'll qualify. If he doesn't, he will be 4th. He's going to be very close to it, but for him to win the group, oh yeah, I think 15-2 is a great bet.
Now remember, when that sports book opens, it's 18+, begambleaware.org. And not a bad opening game, is it, tonight? Hendo against Fallon? I've seen worse.
I almost wish it was later, because we could look forward to it a little bit more, but we'll just look forward to it now, shall we? Because it's going to be first, like you said.
Devil's Advocate, it's the last game of Friday night.
Okay, fair enough, you win.
Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening to see the likes of John Henderson and Fallon Sherrock in action when Group B gets underway here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But as far as the morning session goes, you can't get any further north. See you later.